Chosen one. Listen carefully. The air itself feels heavier because heaven has pressed pause on everything around you. You have been sensing it, those strange, still moments, the restless nights, the divine interruptions that make no sense in the natural. This is not coincidence. This is divine intervention. The coming days are crucial for you. Because the season of hiding is ending, you are being summoned into visibility, into purpose, into the hour for which you were born. You have felt isolated, misunderstood, and stretched beyond your limit. Yet heaven whispers, it was all preparation. Every tear you shed in silence watered the soil where your future now blooms. You have been conditioned through warfare, shaped in secret, molded by divine fire. The rejection was never meant to destroy you, it was meant to identify you. You are not like the rest. You were never meant to blend in. Look back for a moment. Remember every time you thought you wouldn't make it? Still, you rose. The evidence of your calling is your survival. There were things that tried to break others but could not break you. That resilience is proof of divine backing. Heaven has been orchestrating every detail, even the painful ones, because your name has been marked in the scroll of destiny. Chosen one. Right now, you stand at the threshold between what was and what will be. The next few days are not ordinary. The spiritual atmosphere is shifting. Realms are rearranging. Alignments are forming. And those who carry divine assignment are being positioned. That's why your spirit feels the tension. You're not paranoid, you're prophetic. The shaking you sense inside is heaven, aligning your heart to the rhythm of your purpose. Listen closely. Delay will no longer be tolerated. Heaven is serious about your obedience in this hour. The instructions you receive in this period, whether through dreams, impressions, or sudden clarity, are not to be ignored. You are being given specific coordinates for your next step. Your obedience is the bridge between promise and manifestation. Some of you feel weary. You've said, God, I've waited so long, but waiting has not been wasted. You have been strengthened while standing, even when nothing seemed to move. Heaven was moving on your behalf. The stage is set, and the lights of destiny are turning toward you. This is not hype, it's holy timing. Now, breathe. Feel the stillness between beats of your heart. That is where God is speaking. Heaven is releasing clarity. You will soon see why certain doors closed, why certain people left, why certain opportunities vanished. They were not denials, they were divine protections. Chosen one, you are being summoned to rise, to stop hiding behind fear, to stop negotiating with doubt. You are heaven's chosen representative in this generation, and darkness knows your name. That's why warfare increased, because hell saw what you didn't yet recognize in yourself. Don't be afraid of the shaking. The earth must quake before the birth of revival. Your pain is announcing the arrival of purpose. You are standing on holy ground. In the middle of divine transition, God is saying, stay ready, not anxious, not panicked, ready. Ready to move when He says move, to speak when He says speak, to stand when everyone else bows. Heaven is watching how you respond in these next few days. Will you trust or will you retreat? Will you believe or will you break? The test of the chosen is not comfort, it is faith under pressure. Lift your head. Chosen one, there is glory waiting on the other side of this obedience. You are the answer to someone's prayer. Your yes will unlock deliverance for others. You are not small. You are significant. You carry heaven's authority. But be warned, when the light of calling increases, so does the resistance. Some people who once walked beside you will not understand this next version of you. They were meant for your previous chapter, not the one God is now writing. You must let them go with love. Heaven is requiring space for the new. If you cling to what is familiar, you will delay what is divine. The detachment may hurt, but it is holy. The Spirit of the Lord is whispering, do not look back. Your past is over. The old cycles are closing. The chains of hesitation are being broken, even as these words reach you. Every time you doubted your worth, heaven recorded the tears, and now, divine justice is coming. What was stolen will be restored sevenfold. What was delayed will come suddenly. Chosen one. You must prepare inwardly. Guard your heart. Protect your peace. And strengthen your faith. Spend time in the presence of God. That is your fortress. In the coming days, distractions will rise like waves to pull you away from stillness. Resist them. Stay grounded in prayer. Every moment you choose presence over panic. You step deeper into purpose. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 58. Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, stand firm. Let nothing move you. Always give yourselves fully to the Lord's work. Now, take this as your prophetic sign. If this message has stirred something inside you, if your spirit feels the weight of confirmation, comment the number 777 below. That number represents divine completion, heavenly alignment, and prophetic readiness. By writing it, you are declaring to heaven, I am ready. Then like, share, and subscribe, not as an act of routine, but as a prophetic agreement that you are stepping into your calling. The more you align with others who are awakened, the stronger the fire becomes. You are entering sacred territory. The coming days will not be easy, but they will be holy. Walk boldly, for heaven is with you, watching, guiding, and preparing your crown. Chosen one. The weight you've carried has not been random. It has been sacred. You have endured burdens no one else could see. Battles no one applauded you for fighting. Storms that seemed endless, but what felt like punishment was actually preparation. The heaviness was never meant to crush you. It was meant to carve you, to shape you into the vessel heaven required for this moment in time. Every tear that fell in secret carried divine record. Every sigh, every sleepless night, every moment you whispered, why? God has been stored in the courts of heaven. The pressure you've been under was not because you were forgotten, but because you were being refined. The higher the call, the deeper the crushing, the more extraordinary the purpose, the greater the warfare attached to it. Beloved, chosen one. You were handpicked to carry something rare, something heaven could entrust only to those proven in the furnace of affliction. You have been through what others would have broken under. You have survived betrayals that could have silenced your soul forever. But instead of turning bitter, you turned inward, seeking God when others sought revenge. That is why you are chosen. That is why the oil on your life is costly. Remember this, oil only flows after pressing. The anointing is birthed through pain. Every season that stripped you was not an ending, but a divine extraction, the drawing out of something eternal. You thought you were losing pieces of yourself, but you were actually being purified of everything that could not go with you into your next dimension. There were nights when you felt unseen, when your prayers hit silence, when heaven seemed deaf. Yet, in that silence, God was speaking in ways words could not convey. He was teaching your spirit the language of stillness, the wisdom of waiting. You were learning to hear him not through noise, but through knowing. That kind of training cannot be taught, it must be lived. Chosen one. The weight you feel is proof of assignment. Spiritual heaviness often visits those carrying divine blueprints. It's not depression, it's spiritual labor. You've been carrying something inside of you that heaven intends to release into the earth. And the contractions of your spirit are the sign that delivery is near. Think of the times when your heart broke, the relationships that ended abruptly, the doors that slammed shut just when hope was rising. Every heartbreak was pruning. Every loss was permission for new life. You thought it was rejection, but it was redirection. God saw what you couldn't, that some attachments would have suffocated your purpose, so he removed them before they could remove you. Now you stand lighter, emptier, but ready. Do you feel it? That quiet strength, that strange calm after so much pain. That's not numbness, it's resurrection. You've been resurrected from within. The things that used to torment your peace no longer hold power. The voices that once made you doubt have lost their grip. You are stepping into spiritual maturity. And maturity always comes with scars that tell stories of survival. There's a beauty in the weight you've carried. It has made you compassionate, humble, discerning. You can now recognize pain in others because you've wrestled with your own. You have been trained to see through spiritual eyes, to sense what others overlook. That's why God can trust you with influence, because your heart has been softened, not hardened, by suffering. The world needs voices like yours, voices that speak from experience, not from theory, voices that carry the fragrance of brokenness mixed with the oil of grace. The weight has taught you empathy. It has also taught you authority, because you now understand how to stand even when standing hurts. Chosen one. Remember, no pain in your life is wasted. The crushing was necessary for clarity. You have gained spiritual muscles that cannot be taken away. The next time you face pressure, you will recognize it not as punishment, but as promotion in disguise. When others crumble under chaos, you will remain steady. When others question God, you will carry peace, because you have been here before, and you know how to find light even in darkness. You are not the same person who began this journey. You are wiser, deeper, and more dangerous to the kingdom of darkness than ever before. You may still carry remnants of fatigue, but that's all right. Even warriors need rest, and God is bringing you into a season of recovery, where strength will return, where purpose will find voice again. Do not despise the weight. It was the very thing that made you unshakable. Now heaven smiles upon you, whispering, "Well done," for you did not faint under fire. You stayed the course when many abandoned theirs. You held on to faith when circumstances screamed otherwise. You chose love when hate would have been easier. And in doing so, you reflected the heart of the one who called you. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Your morning is near. Chosen one, the heaviness that has defined your nights is giving way to light. What was once unbearable will soon make sense. You will look back and say, "If not for that pain, I would not have found this peace." The tears that fell like rain will water the harvest you're about to walk into. The scars will shine like medals of faithfulness. Hold your head high. The weight that once felt like a curse is now your crown. Wear it with honor. Heaven knows your name, and all of creation has been waiting for you to rise in full awareness of who you are. You are the vessel shaped by fire, the chosen forged through storms. The one who did not quit when quitting would have been justified. So breathe again. Lift your hands, even if trembling, and whisper, "Thank you for trusting me with the weight." Because now you understand, it was never punishment. It was proof. Chosen one, do you realize now that nothing about your story has been accidental? The hidden seasons, the silent years, when no one noticed your efforts were not wasted. They were training grounds, sacred classrooms where heaven taught you endurance, humility, and discernment. Every disappointment was disguised instruction. Every delay was divine discipline. You were not being punished, you were being prepared. In the world's eyes, it looked like you were being forgotten, but heaven was fortifying your foundations. Had you been promoted too soon, the weight of glory would have crushed you. So God hid you. He covered you under layers of obscurity, allowing you to grow roots deep enough to sustain the fruit that is about to burst forth. What looked like stagnation was stability being built in secret. But understand this, training seasons don't feel glorious. They feel lonely, confusing, even painful. You pray for open doors, and heaven gives you more patience instead. You ask for favor, and heaven teaches you forgiveness. You long for visibility, and God strengthens your integrity instead. He's not denying you, He's protecting you from premature exposure. Some of the people you envied, those who seemed to rise faster, are now falling under the pressure you are being built to carry. You will outlast them because you've been through fire. You've learned how to sustain purpose, not just start it. And heaven honors endurance more than speed. Chosen one, you are being equipped to lead, to speak, to heal, to reveal God's power in a generation that has forgotten His voice. That's why your process has been so intense. You've been trained by the Spirit Himself. The storms that others complained about became your classroom. The losses that broke others became your strength conditioning. You are not merely surviving, you are being sculpted for influence. You may not have realized it, but during your lowest point, heaven was recording your faith. When you chose to keep praying, when you forgave, when you stayed kind, when you didn't retaliate, that was curriculum completed. Heaven marked it. Faithfulness under fire. And now, graduation day is approaching, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Oh, that verse isn't distant poetry. It's a prophetic announcement over your life right now. Your light is coming forth, not because you forced it, but because you were faithful when no one was watching. The hidden training grounds are no longer your prison, they are your platform. You are being summoned to stand, to speak, and to shine. But before you rise, remember humility. The same God who lifted you out of obscurity will require you to lift others with compassion. Don't forget where he found you. Every lesson learned in the shadows must now become wisdom for those still walking through them. You are not meant to hoard the light, you are meant to release it. The world needs your testimony. There are souls waiting for the sound of your obedience. The moment you share what God has done for you, chains will break off others who think they're alone. Your voice carries weight in the spirit because it was forged in battle. You don't just speak about deliverance, you embody it. So let this truth anchor you. You are ready, not perfect, but prepared, not flawless, but faithful. The wilderness shaped your spirit into something unshakable. You no longer need the validation of men when you have the approval of heaven. Now, chosen one, take a moment and breathe. You've been through a lot. You've wrestled with fear, doubt, and exhaustion, yet you never quit. Heaven celebrates that persistence. The Lord is whispering, I can trust you now. That's why the next phase begins, not because you're the most talented, but because you're the most trusted. When your heart broke, God was building compassion. When you were delayed, He was teaching patience. When you were silenced, He was building wisdom. These are the unseen qualities of divine leadership. You will soon see that every hardship was perfectly timed to make you strong enough to carry destiny without collapsing under its weight. And when the doors open because they will walk through them with grace, you will recognize that you no longer have to strive. Opportunities will seek you because purpose attracts alignment. You won't have to chase what was already written with your name on it. Heaven's schedule cannot be rushed, but it cannot be stopped either. Look around you. Chosen one. Even now, the signs are appearing. Peace returning after chaos. Ideas reawakening. Favor finding you without effort. These are the marks of divine transition. You are leaving training and stepping into release. The hidden years are over. So here's what you must declare right now in faith. Comment, I hear you. Lord, let that simple confession become your public agreement with heaven. When you type those words, you're not just responding, you're aligning. You're saying, I recognize my season of preparation, and I'm ready for activation. End of say it once, clearly and boldly, because that act itself breaks the final residue of hesitation. It turns your inner readiness into outer agreement. Heaven responds to obedience, even in small expressions of faith. Chosen one, your light is rising. Your season of training has not been wasted. It was sacred strategy. You are ready to step forward, carrying both humility and power. The wilderness prepared you. The fire purified you. And now, the glory will reveal you. Chosen one. There comes a point in every divine journey when the separation begins. You have felt it recently, an invisible pulling away. A gentle but unmistakable distance forming between you and certain people, places, and habits. Do not misunderstand this holy disconnection. It is not rejection, it is protection. Heaven is moving you into a higher frequency, and not everyone can breathe at that altitude. This separation season can feel lonely. You wonder why those you once trusted have suddenly gone silent. Conversations that once felt easy now seem heavy. The energy around you has changed, and at times you've tried to fight it, to keep relationships alive out of sentiment. But the Spirit whispers, let go, because what you cling to in fear can delay what heaven intends to give in fullness. Chosen one, You are being refined for purpose. God is removing attachments that would drain your strength, distract your vision, or dilute your faith. There are voices you loved that no longer align with your destiny. There are environments you once thrived in that now feel suffocating. Do not grieve the shift. It is the evidence of elevation. The eagle knows when it's time to leave the nest. And so must you. Remember, the closer Jesus came to his mission, the smaller his circle became. Crowds followed him for miracles, but few stayed for the cross. Likewise, your journey will narrow as you approach destiny. Not everyone who started with you will finish with you. Some people were assignments, not allies. They served their purpose for a season, but the season has changed. You must discern between companionship and covenant. Companionship feels good, but may not be divine. Covenant require growth, truth, and sometimes confrontation. God is teaching you to recognize the difference. Those who are meant to walk with you will not resist your transformation. They will rejoice in it. Those who secretly resent your progress are revealing themselves. Pay attention, but do not respond with bitterness. Instead, thank heaven for the exposure. Revelation is a gift. You see, separation precedes elevation. Before Joseph wore the robe of rulership, he was stripped of the robe of comfort. Before David carried a crown, he walked alone through wilderness caves. Before Esther stood before the king, she was secluded for purification. In every divine story, isolation comes before influence. The pattern has never changed. Chosen one. God is not punishing you by pruning your circle. He's pruning your circle because your calling cannot be sustained by mixed loyalties. Some people love the old version of you, the one who tolerated their inconsistency, who dimmed their light to make others comfortable. But that version of you is gone. The transformation has already begun. You cannot return to the smallness that once felt safe. Many will misinterpret your withdrawal as arrogance. But let them. You are not obligated to shrink for the comfort of others. You are responsible to grow in obedience to God. And sometimes obedience looks like quiet departures. God often moves his chosen ones in secret, out of the noise, away from the crowd, so that he can speak clearly without interference. This separation is also emotional. Old mindsets are being uprooted. Old fears are being exposed. The spirit of limitation that once hovered around you is being broken. You will find yourself craving purity, pure motives, pure conversations, pure worship. You will feel uncomfortable in gossip, allergic to distraction, disinterested in drama. That is not strangeness, it is sanctification. Heaven is detoxing your spirit. During this process, be gentle with yourself. There will be moments of grief because every death, even a spiritual one, carries a sense of loss. But you will also feel waves of peace, the kind that cannot be explained, only experienced. That peace is confirmation that the pruning is divine. God never removes without replacing. He never takes without planning a greater exchange. Soon, new alignments will appear. People who carry the same fire, the same hunger, will begin to cross your path. These are destiny connections, relationships formed not by convenience, but by calling. They will not drain you. They will ignite you. Conversations will flow with revelation instead of competition. You will feel seen, not just by eyes, but by spirit. That is the community heaven has been preparing for you. So, resist the temptation to run back to what feels familiar. Familiarity is not always faith. The Israelites longed for Egypt because the wilderness felt uncertain, but God was leading them toward freedom. Likewise, the unfamiliar path before you is not dangerous, it is divine. Every step away from comfort is a step into calling. The voice of God thunders in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you, you need only to be still. This is your instruction in the separation season. Be still. Do not chase. Do not beg. Do not cling. Let the Spirit of God fight for your alignment. When you release control, heaven releases blessing. What is truly yours cannot be taken, and what leaves you was never meant to stay. Chosen one. Embrace the silence. Walk confidently even when the path feels empty. This is not the end of companionship, it is the purification of it. The people who remain after the pruning will be those who can handle your anointing without jealousy, who can celebrate your victories without comparison, who can love you without conditions. Soon, you will look back and understand why the separation was necessary. You will see how every goodbye made room for divine hellos. You will thank God for every name that faded, every door that closed, every plan that failed, because they were all part of heaven's choreography. So, walk on. Beloved, don't mourn what heaven has removed. Lift your eyes, for you are being prepared for connections that match your calling. The season of pruning will end, and when it does, you will stand lighter, stronger, and perfectly aligned with purpose. Chosen one. The silence you've been walking through has not been emptiness, it's been the whisper of heaven. The Spirit does not always roar, sometimes he moves in stillness, inviting you to hear what cannot be spoken in noise. In these quiet hours, you've started to sense it, the pull, the gentle stirring, the invisible call. It's subtle but sacred. God is saying, move now. Oh, the world calls it intuition, but you know better. It is divine instruction wrapped in peace. There is a holy hush that falls right before a shift. A sacred pause between breaths where heaven releases orders to its chosen ones. You have entered that moment. Every distraction has been silenced, so you can hear the whisper clearly. This is not a coincidence. This is your divine cue. You've wondered why doors that once opened easily now resist. It is because the season has changed, and heaven refuses to let you linger where purpose has expired. When the river changes direction, the old banks cannot contain it. Likewise, your calling is expanding, and your surroundings must adjust. You feel restless, not because you are lost, but because you are being relocated by divine hands. There's a sweetness in this silent call. It's like standing by the sea at dawn, when the sky turns gold and the first light touches the waves. You can't hear the sun rise, but you feel it. That's how divine timing works. It happens quietly, but when it arrives, everything glows. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 27, "My sheep hear my voice, I know them, and they follow me." Oh, this is your moment to follow. You will not receive a map, only a compass. The compass is your spirit, and the true north is his voice. Every time you obey that still, small prompting, you take another step into divine alignment. It may feel uncertain, but obedience will never lead you astray. perhaps you feel unworthy to hear God so clearly. You've made mistakes, hesitated, doubted. But listen, grace is not a reward for perfection. It's the fuel for direction. God doesn't call the flawless, He calls the willing. And when you say yes, heaven amplifies your hearing. You may not see it yet, but angels are already moving to prepare the path ahead. You've been asking for confirmation, and this message is confirmation. The silence you're feeling isn't God's absence, it's His preparation. He's rearranging the scene so that when He says, "Now," everything will be in place. Imagine a stage before the curtain rises. The lights dim. The air thickens with expectancy. And behind the curtain, everything is being positioned perfectly. That's your life right now. The curtain hasn't opened yet, but heaven's hands are at work. You are moments away from revelation. So, what do you do in this sacred waiting? You stay ready. Keep your oil filled. Stay faithful in the small assignments. Every prayer you whisper, every act of kindness you sow, every step of obedience you take, it's all being recorded as preparation. When the spotlight of destiny shines, you will not be scrambling, you will be ready. And in this journey, remember this, the message that's stirring you tonight is not just for you. You are part of something larger, a divine movement of awakening souls. Every time you share light, you multiply it. When you help spread the message, you become a co-laborer in the kingdom's expansion. Chosen one. Let this next part be spoken from a place of sincerity. The flow of this ministry, these words, reaching hearts across nations, depends on a stream of faith and generosity. When you feel led to like, share, or subscribe, understand it's not just digital engagement. It's a ripple in the river of revelation. It tells heaven, I stand with this word. I want others to awaken too. And for those who sense a deeper pull to support, to donate, to help this voice continue reaching the lost and the weary, do it not out of pressure, but out of purpose. Your seed becomes a spark. It becomes the oil that keeps the flame burning for others who are desperate to hear hope. In heaven's eyes, no act of generosity is small. Every offering becomes a bridge for another soul to encounter light. Consider the image of a candle. When one candle lights another, it loses nothing of its own flame, yet the room becomes brighter. That is what your support does. It spreads light, multiplies hope, and pushes back darkness in unseen places. This is not manipulation, it's multiplication. When you give, when you share, when you align your energy with a message like this, heaven notices. You are helping to sustain a movement that speaks life where silence once ruled. And heaven always rewards those who invest in light. So, as you listen now, don't let the enemy tell you that your small act doesn't matter. The smallest seed can grow into a forest of miracles. The tiniest light can lead countless souls out of night. You are not giving to a voice, you are giving through it. Sowing into the soil of eternity. Chosen one. You've come too far to turn back now. You've walked through storms, through separation, through silence, and now you stand at the edge of breakthrough. Keep your heart open, your spirit alert. The voice that called you into hiddenness is about to call you into harvest. There's a fragrance in the air, the scent of new beginnings. The same God who whispered your name in the dark is now positioning you in the light. And when you step forward, do it with confidence. You're not walking alone. Heaven walks with you, speaks through you, and provides for you, so lift your eyes. Chosen one, the horizon glows with promise. The silent call has become a divine command. Go forth, and as you go, let your generosity, your sharing, your support become your echo of obedience. Let it say, Lord, I am part of this move. Use me, multiply through me. End wrong. This is the moment heaven has been preparing you for. Do not hesitate. Move with faith. Act with love. And keep the flame alive. For you were chosen not just to hear the call, but to help others hear it too. Chosen one. The pressure you've been feeling lately is not punishment, it's prophecy. It is heaven's way of announcing that something is shifting in the unseen. When you feel the weight grow heavier, the warfare more intense, it is not because you are failing. It is because breakthrough and battle have arrived at the same hour. The shaking you feel is not the end. It is the signal that birthing has begun. You've been sensing it, an urgency without explanation, a restlessness that cannot be silenced. One moment you feel peace, the next you feel fire. That's because two worlds are colliding within you, the ending of what was and the beginning of what will be. You are in the middle of divine transition. The oil of your next level is pressing through the cracks of your old identity. You've been asking, why now? God, why all this pressure? And heaven replies, because the time has come. There is no more delay. What was once distant is now unfolding. Every closed door, every strange encounter, every challenge that seems to appear from nowhere, all of it is part of the spiritual acceleration. Heaven is forcing movement, even if it means shaking your comfort. Think of it like an eagle, teaching its young to fly. The mother stirs the nest, removing the soft feathers and leaving the thorns exposed. The eaglet begins to feel uneasy. It can no longer rest. It starts to spread its wings out of discomfort, and in that discomfort, destiny awakens. God is stirring your nest. The familiar no longer fits because you were born for more than safety. Beloved, the pressure is the preparation. When the soil feels tight around the seed, it's because the sprout is ready to emerge. When a woman groans in labor, it's because life is coming forth. You are in the hour of divine contraction. Heaven is pushing you into manifestation. Do not misinterpret the pain. It is the prophecy that your promise is near. We find in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. End for it. That strength is not only for calm seasons, it's for moments like this. When everything seems uncertain, when pressure mounts, grace multiplies. When warfare rises, power increases. You are being infused with spiritual stamina. You will not faint here, you will flourish here. Chosen one. In the coming days, you will begin to notice divine timing unfolding with precision. Encounters that seem accidental will carry deep meaning. Conversations will unlock hidden understanding. Opportunities will appear where none existed. Heaven is orchestrating synchronicity, aligning everything to launch you forward. Do not panic when your schedule is disrupted. Divine interruptions are often disguised as inconvenience. The enemy will try to confuse you, to make you think the pressure means you've gone wrong. But remember, before every resurrection, there is always a crucifixion. Something in you must die for the new thing to rise. That's why you feel torn between holding on and letting go. The Spirit is inviting you to surrender control. This is not the time to retreat into fear or doubt. Stand still in the shaking. Pray when you don't understand. Worship when you don't feel like it. Faith is not a feeling, it's a decision. And your decision to keep believing under pressure terrifies darkness. Every time you whisper, "I still trust you." God. Chains break in unseen realms. There will be moments when you are tempted to complain, to question, to give up. But remember, diamonds are created in pressure. The longer the crushing, the brighter the shine. The weight you're under is heaven's investment in your future brilliance. Do not resent the refining fire. It is purifying your power. Chosen one. You are not alone in this battle. The angels assigned to your destiny are surrounding you, working behind the scenes. You may not see them, but their presence is real. Heaven's army has been deployed on your behalf. Every tear you've shed has been counted. Every prayer has been recorded. And not one act of faith has gone unnoticed. This is your call to readiness. Be watchful. Guard your heart. Keep your spiritual armor polished. The days ahead will be intense, but victorious for those who remain aligned. Your sensitivity will be your shield. The Spirit will guide you with precision if you stay still long enough to listen. And now, as you read these words, something inside you is stirring an awareness, a holy recognition. Yes, this message is for you. You've felt the tremors, you've sensed the urgency. This is heaven confirming what your spirit already knows. It's time to rise under pressure, not retreat from it. You are not breaking down, you are breaking through. The walls are trembling because your destiny is expanding. The sound you hear is not destruction, it's construction. God is building something new out of your pain. Something that will bless others when you tell your story. And right here, in this very moment, heaven invites you to respond. A prophetic number is being released to mark your agreement with what has been spoken. Comment the number 555 below 5, representing grace, multiplied and overflowing. By typing it, you are declaring, "Grace covers me. I will not crumble under pressure." Let that number be your covenant with heaven. When you comment it, do not see it as a ritual. See it as a prophetic act, a symbol that you are stepping into multiplied grace, divine empowerment, and renewed strength. The number itself is not power, your faith is. The comment is simply your public agreement with heaven's declaration. You can do all things through Christ who gives you strength. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. The shaking is not your end, it's your entrance. The labor pains are almost over. Soon, what you've been carrying will be visible for all to see. Heaven will vindicate your endurance, and your testimony will carry the fragrance of divine power. Stay steady in the storm, anchored in faith, clothed in grace. The coming days are not to be feared, they are to be anticipated. Pressure produces power, and you, beloved, are about to discover how strong you truly are. Chosen one. The storms around you are not here to destroy, they are divine announcements. Every gust of wind, every wave that has shaken your foundation, every unexpected crisis has been heaven's trumpet declaring, "Glory is approaching." You must learn to see the storm differently now. It is not chaos, it is construction. It is not punishment, it is preparation. God is rearranging the atmosphere around your life so that His promises can take visible form. when the sky darkens, when the winds howl, when the plans you built seem to collapse, this is not the absence of God, but the movement of His hands. The Creator works best in what looks like disaster. Remember how in the beginning, the earth was formless and void, yet the Spirit hovered over the chaos, preparing it for creation. So it is with you. The same Spirit hovers now over the storm that surrounds your life. What feels like confusion is the prelude to clarity. You've prayed for change, haven't you? You've asked for transformation, for elevation, for new beginnings. But you did not realize that glory rarely enters quietly. Heaven shifts things violently so that what was hidden can be revealed. You cannot carry the next level of light while standing on foundations built in comfort. The storm comes to dismantle the false stability that held you hostage to smallness. Chosen one. The storm is not your enemy. It is your escort. It drives you toward the shore of purpose. Even when you don't know how to steer, every time the wind roars, it whispers, "Move forward." Every time the waves crash, they remind you that stillness and surrender are the only way to survive. The storm trains you to trust, not in your strength, but in the one who commands the seas. Think of the disciples on that night when the waves threatened to consume their boat. Panic overtook them, yet Jesus slept peacefully. When they cried out, He rose and rebuked the wind. The storm did not wake him. The fear of his followers did. That's when they learned that peace is not the absence of storms, but the presence of Christ within them. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 29, verse 11. The Lord gives strength to His people. The Lord blesses His people with peace. Even in the thunder, there is peace. Even in the shaking, there is strength. God is not distant in the storm. He is in the storm, shaping your faith with holy precision. The peace He gives you is not fragile. It's forged in pressure. It's the kind of peace that can stand in a hurricane and still whisper, "I trust you." Sometimes, chosen one. God allows the winds to rise so you can hear what calmness never revealed. When everything is comfortable, we grow dull to His voice. But when storms rage, we become attentive again. The storm teaches spiritual awareness. It teaches you to distinguish between your voice, the world's noise, and heaven's whisper. Through thunder, you learn to listen differently. Do not be afraid of what's shaking. Every storm has an assignment. Some come to remove, others come to realign. Some storms strip you of what you thought you needed, so you can realize that all you ever needed was Him. Every gust of pain, every crash of confusion, it's all choreography. Heaven has timed every wave. Perhaps the storm you face right now is internal. The battles inside you feel louder than anything happening around you. Your thoughts swirl like wind. Your emotions crash like waves. But even there, in that inner tempest, the same God who spoke to the sea still speaks. Peace, be still. When He speaks, anxiety bows. When He breathes, fear dissolves. When He moves, order returns. You will not drown here. You will not be consumed by the storm. The water may rise, but it will not overtake you. The darkness may roar, but it cannot extinguish your light. You were not built to sink. You were designed to sail through this. God did not choose you to be a victim of the waves. He chose you to walk on them. Remember Peter stepping out of the boat. The waves did not calm. before he moved. They calmed because he moved. Faith doesn't wait for safety. It walks through uncertainty with eyes fixed on Jesus. You too are being called to step out, to trust the invisible support beneath your feet. Chosen one. Storms also separate. They strip away what's weak, leaving only what's true. After the wind, what remains is what was meant to last. You will soon see which relationships, habits, and desires survive this testing. Do not cling to debris, cling to destiny. What floats away was never meant to anchor you. After every storm, there comes an eerie quiet, the kind that feels unfamiliar but holy. That stillness is heaven's applause. It's the moment after the fight when your spirit realizes it made it through. You'll stand there, drenched but alive, trembling yet stronger, and you'll understand the storm didn't come to break me. It came to reveal me. The world around you will begin to change. People will see the glow in your eyes, the calm in your spirit, and they will wonder how you endured. That is how God gets glory from the endurance of His chosen ones. You become a living testimony that peace is possible in chaos, that faith can outlast fear, that purpose always survives pressure. So, beloved, when the next wave rises, do not flinch. Smile through the wind, whisper through the thunder. This too is working for my good. You are not being punished, you are being positioned. You are not in peril, you are in process. And when the clouds finally part, you will see that the storm was never your enemy. It was your escort to the promise. Stand still now. Let the rain fall. Let the wind roar. And let your heart rest. Knowing this, storms that announce glory always end in peace. Chosen one. When the enemy knows that your crown is near, his desperation increases. The darkness that once whispered begins to shout. The attacks grow subtle and personal, aimed not just at your life, but at your peace, your focus, your identity. This is the enemy's last attempt. He knows he cannot stop what God has ordained. So he tries to make you forfeit it yourself through distraction, discouragement, or disbelief. But what he doesn't understand is this: you have already been fortified. Every test until now was preparation for this moment. You've endured the nights of confusion, survived the silence, and withstood the storms. You are not who you were a year ago, a month ago, or even a week ago. Heaven has been forging something in you that cannot be shaken. You have matured into a vessel that cannot be manipulated by lies or moved by fear. When the enemy sees you step into awareness of your authority, he trembles, because once you know who you are, he loses power. Deception only works against the ignorant. But you, chosen one, are awakening to divine intelligence. You are learning to see through attacks instead of reacting to them. You are learning to identify the enemy not by his roar, but by his pattern. Every time you feel sudden anxiety, random heaviness, or a wave of old memories trying to drag you backward, that's the enemy trying to pull you off your post. He aims to exhaust you, to make you question your worth, to convince you that you're failing. But hear this clearly: if the enemy is fighting you this hard, it's because you're carrying something heaven refuses to let him touch. The enemy cannot take your blessing, but he will attempt to take your belief. He cannot destroy your destiny, but he will try to destroy your discipline. He cannot silence heaven's promise, but he will attempt to distract your focus. That's why this season requires spiritual sharpness. You must recognize the tactics without being entangled by them. Beloved, this is not the time to panic. It's the time to perceive. You are no longer in survival mode. You are in strategic mode. Heaven is revealing to you not just how to endure attacks, but how to counter them. What once caused fear now becomes information. Every opposition exposes a weak point in the enemy's plan, and the Spirit is teaching you how to respond with wisdom rather than emotion. Remember, the serpent in Eden did not use force, he used conversation. The same tactic continues today. The enemy will whisper through suggestion, through comparison, through self-doubt. He will try to plant seeds that grow into insecurity. That is why you must guard your inner dialogue fiercely. You cannot afford to entertain thoughts that do not align with truth. The Word of God declares in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 11, "Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes." Armor is not for comfort, it's for combat. Every day you rise, you must dress your spirit in prayer, faith, and truth. The helmet of salvation covers your mind, protecting you from the poison of lies. The breastplate of righteousness guards your heart from bitterness. The shield of faith extinguishes fiery doubts. The sword of the Spirit, your declaration of truth, cuts through confusion. This is how you fight, not with fear, but with awareness. Chosen one. You will soon realize that most of your battles are not external. They happen within the battlefield of thoughts, emotions, and choices. The enemy wants you reactive, but the Spirit is making you responsive. Reaction is driven by panic. Response is guided by peace. You must learn to pause before reacting, to breathe before speaking, to pray before deciding. In that stillness, heaven gains the upper hand. There will be moments when darkness tries to disguise itself as comfort. It will whisper, "Take the easy route, compromise a little, delay obedience." But do not fall for counterfeit peace. True peace never requires disobedience. True rest is found in alignment, not avoidance. The enemy's easiest trick is to make sin look convenient and compromise feel harmless. But what seems harmless today can cost holiness tomorrow. Understand this: the closer you are to breakthrough, the more seductive the distractions become. Temptations will appear not in weakness, but in opportunity. False friendships, old patterns, familiar comforts, these will resurface, trying to lure you back into the shadows you've outgrown. But your discernment is keener now. The Spirit inside you will whisper, "This is not it." Listen and obey immediately. Delayed obedience is still disobedience. The enemy also works through weariness. When he cannot stop you, he tries to exhaust you. He aims to drain your hope, so you'll surrender your faith voluntarily. You'll find small irritations piling up, simple tasks feeling heavy, emotions running thin. That's not coincidence, it's warfare. In those moments, rest becomes your weapon. Silence becomes your shield. Worship becomes your reset. You fight not by striving, but by abiding. Chosen one. Remember who you are. You are not merely surviving attacks. You are learning to command atmospheres. Your words carry authority. When you speak light, darkness flees. When you declare truth, confusion dissolves. When you worship, walls crumble. You don't have to beg heaven to move. Heaven moves when you align with it. The enemy wants you to see yourself as powerless so that you never discover your true strength. But the truth is this: you are already victorious. The blood that redeemed you also empowered you. Every time you stand in faith, you remind hell that it lost its grip. That is why resistance increases before revelation. The enemy's attacks are not evidence of defeat. They are evidence of divine proximity. So when anxiety rises, speak peace. When temptation calls, walk away. When lies whisper, counter them with truth. You are not weak for feeling pressure. You are chosen for withstanding it. The greater the calling, the greater the clash. You were never promised ease. You were promised victory. Chosen one. There comes a moment in every divine journey where silence becomes instruction. You have prayed, waited, endured, and trusted. But now, heaven is asking you to listen differently. This is not the listening that waits for answers. It is the listening that receives revelation. Heaven has begun to speak to you in subtle patterns, symbols, and sensations through whispers instead of words. What you feel is not confusion. It is communication. Many of the chosen reach this moment and mistake it for distance. You think heaven has grown quiet because you've done something wrong. But silence is not absence, it's attention. When a teacher stops speaking, it means the test has begun. Heaven's silence is not rejection, it's reverence. God is watching how you move when you no longer hear. Move. And the quiet you're experiencing is the space where faith deepens. You no longer depend on daily signs because you are becoming one. Your existence, your choices, your resilience, they are the sermon now. The Spirit is teaching you how to live from revelation, not from reassurance. Beloved, chosen one, you are being called into deeper discernment. The signs you used to see externally will now shift internally. You'll feel an invisible pull in certain directions, a tightening in your spirit when something is off, or an unexplainable peace when something is right. That's heaven's new language with you. It's not thunder anymore, it's thought. When you begin to feel that pull, don't second-guess it. The same God who sent fire down for Elijah is the same God who now whispers inside your conscience. He is not hiding from you. He is training you to hear him where he truly lives inside you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 33, verse 3. Call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. You will notice how even your timing shifts. Heaven will delay you to protect you, or accelerate you to align you. A missed appointment, a cancelled plan, a sudden change of heart. These are not interruptions. They are divine edits. The author is still writing your story, and he often rewrites scenes you thought were final. Chosen one. This is also the stage of spiritual awareness. Your sensitivity to environments and people will heighten. You'll feel energies you didn't before, unspoken emotions, hidden motives, divine alignments. You are not becoming paranoid. You are becoming prophetic. Heaven is sharpening your spiritual radar so that you can discern not just actions, but atmospheres. Discernment is not suspicion, it is sight. It's the ability to see beneath surfaces while others react to what is visible. You will respond to what is true. That's why some people may start feeling uneasy around you, not because you judge them, but because your presence reveals what they've hidden. Light doesn't accuse, it simply exposes. Chosen one, guard your sensitivity. The gift of discernment is not meant to feed gossip or fear, it's meant to protect purity and purpose. The more you discern, the more you must pray. What you perceive is not for performance, it's for intercession. Some things heaven reveals to you are not to be spoken aloud, only prayed over in secret. Silence can be more powerful than speech. You are also learning to interpret heaven's timing. When nothing moves, it doesn't mean nothing's happening. It means heaven is synchronizing layers unseen. The same way seeds germinate underground before breaking the soil. Your promises are forming in darkness. When heaven delays, it's never denial, it's development. Chosen one, this quiet stage can feel isolating. You may think no one understands your new sensitivity, that you're too deep or too serious. But remember, sensitivity is not strangeness, it's sanctification. You are being set apart for deeper work. Those who live loudly often miss what God whispers softly. You are being trained for the subtle movements of glory. The enemy will try to use this sensitivity against you. He will send confusion disguised as urgency, distraction disguised as opportunity. But you will know the difference. Because what comes from God brings peace, even when it brings challenge. What comes from darkness brings pressure without purpose. Peace is always the signature of heaven. Chosen one, be aware, some of your current restlessness is not anxiety, it's activation. Heaven is stirring your spirit because new assignments are forming. The instructions may come as impressions, dreams, or sudden inspiration. Write them down. Record what you sense, even if it doesn't make sense yet. Heaven speaks in fragments first, then reveals the full pattern later. In this new level of discernment, God is teaching you to trust not only His voice, but your transformation. You are no longer the same person who once doubted every divine whisper. You've walked with God long enough to recognize His patterns. He's not testing your hearing anymore, He's trusting your heart. There will be times when the instruction seems strange. He may tell you to call someone you haven't spoken to in years, to take a step that defies logic, or to rest when the world is shouting, hustle. But every time you obey, the flow of favor increases. Obedience doesn't earn blessing, it aligns you to it. Chosen one, as you walk through this silent school of the Spirit, take comfort in this truth. Heaven is not distant, it is deliberate. God's stillness is strategic. You are not waiting for Him, He is waiting with you. Soon, what feels like silence will transform into synchronization. You'll notice everything connecting: the timing, the people, the words, the confirmations, and you'll realize that God was speaking all along, just in a language you were finally ready to understand. So, right now, as a prophetic act of agreement, write your declaration below. Let it be your echo into eternity, a seed of surrender that heaven recognizes. Comment these 3 simple words: I hear you. Those words are not mere text, they are covenant. They tell heaven, I am awake now. I am listening. I will move when you move. When you write them, imagine the angels recording your response as a line in your destiny scroll. The silence will no longer feel empty, it will feel alive. Chosen one, Your ears are opening. Your heart is aligning. And your spirit is awakening. The teacher has not stopped speaking. He's simply shifted to a quieter frequency. You're not losing connection. You're deepening it. And soon, what you hear in whispers will become the roar of confirmation. Chosen one, heaven has entered the hour of precision. The fog that once surrounded your path is lifting, and the Spirit of God is releasing divine instructions, specific, personal, and sacred. You are no longer being carried by chance. You are being guided by command. The next steps of your destiny are written, and heaven is whispering them into your spirit, one instruction at a time. But before the instructions come clarity, and before clarity comes stillness. Heaven cannot fill what remains full of noise. That's why you've been pulled away from certain people, slowed down from certain plans, and stripped of distractions that once felt necessary. The silence you've endured has been the calibration of your hearing. You've been learning the language of heaven, not words, but rhythm, not volume, but vibration. The Spirit speaks softly, never in panic. You will not hear him through chaos. You will feel him in peace. He moves like wind through trees, bending your heart before your mind understands why. When he says wait, the world calls it delay, but heaven calls it protection. When he says move, the world calls it risk, but heaven calls it revelation. You see, obedience is not merely an act, it's a posture. It's standing still when logic says run, and stepping forward when fear screams stop. The chosen are not led by comfort, they are led by command. Every instruction from heaven is a key, and when you follow that key, doors open that no man could have built. You must understand this. God rarely reveals the whole plan. He gives pieces, steps, whispers. He doesn't hand out maps, he gives compasses. The compass is your spirit. The magnetic north is his voice. You will not always know where the next step leads, but the one who called you does. You don't have to see the entire staircase. You just need to trust the next step. We are reminded through the writings in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 21, whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you. This is the way, walk in it. Endri. But as you walk in obedience, remember this, no vision moves without provision. Every word sent into the world needs vessels to carry it, hands that share it, hearts that sustain it, and souls that water it with generosity. You are not just hearing this message, you are part of it. This flow of revelation that touches you right now is alive because chosen ones like you help keep it burning. Imagine a lighthouse standing on the edge of a stormy sea. Inside burns one flame, small but steady. It guides ships through darkness, warns them from crashing against hidden rocks. That flame survives only because someone refills the oil. Without that oil, the flame fades, and without the flame, many lose their way. This message, this ministry of light, is that lighthouse. Every like, share, subscription, and donation. They are oil in the lamp. They keep the flame alive, guiding lost hearts safely to shore. So when you feel led to like or share this word, know that you are not doing something casual. You are lighting someone's path. You are carrying hope through digital waves to souls silently drowning in despair. When you subscribe, you're anchoring yourself to a source of truth that will continue to feed your faith. And if your heart feels moved to donate, let it be not out of duty, but out of understanding. Giving is never loss, it's planting. You are not losing what you give, you are multiplying it. When a farmer releases a seed into the soil, he doesn't mourn its absence, he anticipates its harvest. Your seed, whether prayer, time, or provision, becomes fruit in another person's deliverance. Think of your gift as a drop of water falling into a still pond. It seems small at first, but the ripples travel far beyond what the eye can see. Each act of generosity creates spiritual ripples, touching nations, igniting hearts, transforming lives. You never know whose life will change because you chose to pour oil into the flame. Chosen one. Generosity is not about wealth, it's about worship. It says, I trust you, God, to multiply what I release. Every time you give, you declare independence from fear. You say, my source is not man, it is heaven. The widow's last oil fed the prophet and unlocked her overflow. The boy's small lunch fed thousands. The woman's costly perfume filled the room with fragrance that still lingers centuries later. It is never the size of the gift, it is the sincerity of the heart behind it. Heaven measures intention, not numbers. A single act of faith from you becomes a stream that refreshes many. Every share sends the message further. Every like amplifies light in the algorithmic noise. Every subscription connects you to the rhythm of continual revelation. And every offering keeps the oil flowing, ensuring the flame never dims. This is not manipulation, it's multiplication. Light multiplies when it's given away. Fire spreads when it's shared. Hope grows when it's carried. And you, chosen one, are a carrier of that hope. But beyond all this, understand the deeper layer of obedience. God is using these instructions to train your heart for stewardship. He's teaching you to hear, to move, to give, and to trust. Each action, whether spiritual or practical, is shaping your readiness for greater responsibility. When you honor small instructions, heaven entrusts you with larger assignments. Soon, the directions you receive will be sharper, more specific. You will begin to sense exact timing for things: when to speak, when to stay silent, when to go, when to wait. That's the mark of maturity, no longer needing constant confirmation, but moving confidently in divine flow. Heaven trusts you now. That's why this message found you. You're no longer being prepared, you're being positioned. The commander of heaven's army is aligning your steps. And as you move, he sends provision ahead of you. So, beloved, listen closely. The next days will require sensitivity. The instructions you follow now will open gates later. Keep your heart soft, your spirit alert, and your hands open. Walk in obedience, live in generosity, and move in trust. You are part of something eternal, something far bigger than what you see. And as you finish hearing these words, take one simple, tangible step of agreement. Let your action, whether a like, share, subscribe, or donation, be your silent prayer of alignment, not to impress heaven, but to echo it, not to buy a blessing, but to sustain a beacon, because one day, when another weary soul scrolls through the noise and finds this same light, their life will shift and heaven will remember. You helped keep that flame alive. Chosen one, The fire has been increasing, hasn't it? You've felt it, the tightening, the refining, the invisible heat that seems to touch every part of your life. What you are walking through is not random suffering, it is the refining fire of God. Every chosen one must pass through it. For it is here that purity meets power. The refining fire is not like earthly pain. It doesn't come to destroy, but to distill. It burns away what's temporary so that what's eternal can finally shine. You have been praying for greater anointing, for deeper revelation, for more authority, and heaven answered not with comfort, but with fire, because glory can only rest on what has been cleansed. When gold is placed in flame, it screams silently. The heat reveals impurities that were invisible before. The metal looks weaker, but in truth, it's being made stronger. That's what's happening to you. The trials you've endured are the evidence of divine craftsmanship. You are being purified, not punished. Chosen one. The fire tests your motives. It exposes what you truly depend on. It forces you to release attachments that no longer align with destiny. When the heat rises, you learn quickly what belongs to God and what belongs to self. Pride melts first. Fear evaporates next. Then come control, anger, and doubt burned away until only faith remains. The process is holy but painful. You find yourself saying, "Lord, I thought I was ready." Yet the flames reveal hidden corners of your heart that still need surrender. It's not failure, it's formation. God is not angry with you, He is shaping you. He does not place the chosen in fire to destroy them, but to display His glory through them. There are moments when the refining feels unbearable. You cry out for relief, for answers, for escape. Yet heaven remains silent, because silence itself becomes the test. It is easy to trust when you understand. It is sacred to trust when you don't. The absence of explanation is not rejection, it's invitation, an invitation to deeper faith, to surrender that needs no reason. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 3, "He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver." Oh, did you notice that? He sits. The refiner does not walk away while the metal burns. He stays close, watching carefully, never letting the temperature rise too high. When he sees his reflection in the silver, he knows it's ready. That's what your Father is doing with you. The fire feels fierce, but His eye never leaves you. He is not distant, He is deliberate. Chosen one. The refining fire also teaches you endurance. You are learning how to stay when it would be easier to flee. You are discovering that strength is not proven in victory, but in perseverance. Endurance is not glamorous, but it is sacred. It is the quiet faith that whispers, "Even if He slays me, yet will I trust Him." End of. The fire also forges humility. You can no longer rely on your own wisdom or strength. You begin to understand that every success, every revelation, every breath is grace. The arrogance that once whispered, "I can do this," fades into the confession, "Without Him, I am nothing." That is where power begins, in the ashes of pride. And yet, through the fire, beauty emerges. Slowly, silently, something inside begins to glow. The light in your eyes changes. Peace replaces panic. You stop needing validation. You start recognizing your own growth, not in perfection, but in peace. You begin to see storms differently, challenges differently, even yourself differently. What used to break you now builds you. Chosen one, your testimony is being forged in this furnace. You will one day speak of this season, not with bitterness, but with gratitude. You will say, "It hurt, but it healed me. It burned, but it birthed me." You'll realize that the version of you that entered the fire could never have carried the weight of glory that's coming after it. Do not despise the fire. It is the birthplace of revelation. In the furnace, your prayers become pure. Your words gain authority. Your presence becomes weighty. Those who see you will sense the difference. They won't know what changed, but they'll feel it. That is the residue of refinement. The refining also purges counterfeit attachments, things that seemed spiritual but were rooted in fear or ego. God is cleansing even your calling, ensuring that your service flows from love, not ambition. The fire exposes motives so that your worship can rise untainted. In this sacred season, patience becomes your greatest weapon. Impatience says, "I want out." Faith says, "Keep me in until you're finished." God is not slow, He is thorough. What takes time to form lasts longer when it stands. Quick miracles impress crowds, but slow miracles transform hearts. You, beloved, are a slow miracle in progress. Look closely at your journey. Notice how the fire has stripped away distractions. You no longer chase what you once thought mattered. You've stopped explaining yourself to those who can't understand your process. You are learning to walk with quiet confidence. The flames have not weakened you, they've refined your focus. And soon, when the fire cools, you will step out different, not broken, but beautiful, not burnt, but bright. You will carry the scent of surrender and the strength of survival. The world will look at you and see evidence that endurance works, that faith wins, that God truly refines those He loves. So, beloved, chosen one, stay in the fire a little longer. The heat may sting, but the result will shine. Every moment of pain is carving you into purpose. Every second of pressure is producing power. The refiner's hands are steady, and his heart is kind. The fire is not your enemy, it's your inheritance. And when it's over, the reflection staring back at you will not just resemble you, it will resemble Him. Chosen one, can you feel it? The air around your spirit has changed. Time feels as if it's accelerating, like something in the unseen is moving faster than before. You can sense it deep in your bones. Something is counting down. Heaven is moving with unusual precision. The atmosphere is pregnant with divine purpose. You are living inside what could be called the prophetic countdown. There are moments in life when everything suddenly sharpens your sensitivity, your discernment, your awareness of spiritual timing. You begin to feel that you are standing between two worlds, one that is fading and one that is about to be revealed. You feel the urgency of unseen clocks ticking in heaven's rhythm. It's not anxiety, it's alignment. It's not fear, it's fulfillment. Chosen one, destiny is no longer far away. It is not waiting on another year, another person, another sign. It is unfolding right now. Heaven's timing has entered your timeline. Every lesson, every wound, every waiting moment you endured has synchronized into this divine season. You are in the last minutes before manifestation, the moment right before dawn breaks. When darkness feels its strongest, the Spirit is whispering, "Stay awake," because what is about to happen will not be announced by fanfare, but by suddenness. In one moment, everything will shift. One instruction, one encounter, one act of obedience will unlock doors that seemed sealed for years. The things you prayed for in tears are approaching you now, quietly but quickly, as was proclaimed in the second letter of Peter, chapter 3, verse 8. With the Lord a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day. That verse reveals the mystery of divine timing. What feels long to you is instantaneous to heaven. What seems delayed is actually developing. You may think you've been waiting for years, but in heaven's record, it's only been seconds. God doesn't work on our clocks. He works on completion. When something is ready, He releases it suddenly. So, beloved, do not mistake delay for denial. The waiting has been womb time, not wasted time. You've been pregnant with purpose, and the labor pains you feel now are proof that delivery is near. The contractions of your life, the pressure, the shaking, the urgency are heaven's countdown, manifesting through your emotions. Every wave of intensity is announcing that the promise is crowning. In this prophetic hour, distractions will multiply. The enemy will do anything to pull your attention away from preparation. He will send confusion, fatigue, busyness, even opportunities that look good but aren't God. Not every open door leads to destiny. Some are traps designed to waste time. This is why you must remain spiritually sharp. The countdown requires focus. Soldiers don't sleep on the battlefield, and builders don't rest when the foundation is being poured. Stay alert. Protect your peace like sacred treasure. If something disturbs your spirit, step back and pray. Clarity will return. The Spirit is not loud, He is precise. He will tell you exactly where to step, what to release, and what to embrace. Chosen 1. Prophetic time is acceleration. What once took years will begin to unfold in weeks or days. The alignment will feel supernatural. People will appear to help you. Information will reach you unexpectedly. You will feel guided, not guessing. That's because heaven's hand is finally pushing your timeline forward. What you used to chase will start chasing you. You may even feel a sense of spiritual urgency that you can't explain, waking up at strange hours, sensing God's presence unexpectedly, feeling tears without sadness. Those are divine contractions. They are heaven's reminders that it's almost time. You are not breaking down, you are breaking through. Chosen 1. This is also the moment where faith and fear collide. Because when prophecy nears fulfillment, the enemy releases confusion. He'll whisper, "It's too late. You missed it." But hear me clearly. You cannot miss what heaven has ordained. If you are still breathing, you are still on schedule. Heaven does not lose track of its chosen ones. Prophetic seasons can be emotionally exhausting. The highs feel euphoric, the lows feel unbearable. That's because you are living at the edge of two realities, one ending and one beginning. But remember, transitions always feel chaotic before clarity comes. The shaking you sense is not destruction, it's delivery. The same God who counted the days of creation is counting down to your revelation. He knows the exact moment when your preparation meets His timing. And when that moment comes, it will be like sunrise. After a long night, the darkness will disappear instantly, and you will step into light as if you never knew night at all. In that moment, everything will make sense. The prayers that seemed unanswered will align like puzzle pieces. The people who left will no longer feel like loss. They'll feel like divine subtraction. The waiting will no longer sting. It will feel sacred. You will realize that heaven never rushed you because heaven was building you. Chosen one, stand firm in these final moments of the prophetic countdown. Stay obedient. Stay faithful. Stay aware. Keep your oil full. Keep your heart pure. Keep your ears tuned to the frequency of heaven. You are seconds away from the shift your soul has been sensing. And now, as a prophetic act of alignment, declare your agreement with heaven's timing. Comment the number 888 below. 8 is the number of new beginnings. And when heaven triples it, it symbolizes complete renewal, divine resurrection, and supernatural acceleration. By writing 888, you are saying, I align with heaven's countdown. I am ready for my new beginning. Do not type it casually. Let it be an act of faith. Let it mark your readiness in the Spirit. Heaven is recording your agreement. As you write that number, see it as your spiritual signature on the document of destiny that heaven has already prepared. Chosen one, this is not coincidence. This is confirmation. The prophetic countdown is nearing its final seconds. Be found ready. The next sound you hear will not be delay. It will be destiny knocking. Chosen one. As the countdown continues, another movement begins, the exposure of counterfeits. This is one of the most misunderstood seasons in a believer's journey. It does not come to embarrass you. It comes to protect you. When heaven begins to reveal what is false, it is because what is true is about to arrive. The light of your calling is rising, and with that increase of illumination, shadows can no longer hide. You have already begun to notice it. People who once seemed genuine now feel distant, inconsistent, or strangely uncomfortable in your presence. Some who once cheered for you now withdraw quietly or begin to question your motives. It hurts. But understand this: revelation always brings separation. The closer you draw to truth, the more it exposes what is built on pretense. Chosen one. The counterfeit always appears before the authentic. It happened in the wilderness when Moses performed miracles. Pharaoh's magicians mimicked them first. It happened when Christ walked the earth. False messiahs rose before the true one was revealed. And it is happening again in your life. The false must manifest before it can be removed. The counterfeit precedes the crown. Do not panic when what you thought was stable begins to shake. Relationships that once seemed unbreakable may fracture. Opportunities that looked promising may dissolve. Promises that were spoken over you by others may prove empty. These moments of unraveling are not tragedy. They are truth exposing itself. God will never allow imitation to remain attached to you when you are about to enter authenticity. As the Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 10, I, the Lord, search the heart and examine the mind, to reward each person according to their conduct, according to what their deeds deserve. Oh, this verse reminds you that exposure is not vengeance, it is justice. The same God who examines your heart also examines the hearts of those connected to you. When motives are revealed, it is heaven balancing scales. Nothing escapes divine sight. Chosen one. This season will test your grace. When people fall away, do not curse them. When truth emerges, do not gloat. When wrong motives are revealed, do not take credit for seeing it. Humility must remain your covering. You are not better than those exposed. You are simply being protected for a higher purpose. The fire that purified you now burns around you, consuming everything that cannot walk with you into promise. The exposure of counterfeits also happens within. There are patterns, fears, and identities that have been pretending to be you. God is uncovering them too. The version of you that settled for less, that accepted abuse as love, that confused attention for affirmation, that version is being unmasked. You cannot carry false selves into true seasons. This exposure is internal renovation. Do not run from it. Let the light in. Allow the Spirit to show you the parts that still cling to performance, to pride, to people-pleasing. Let Him name what you have been afraid to admit. True deliverance is not just from demons outside, it's from delusions inside. The counterfeit within must die for the divine within to rise. Chosen one. When God exposes, He also restores. The space left empty after removal will not remain void. He will fill it with authenticity, with real friendships, real opportunities, real peace. What was fake leaves to make room for what is faithful. He cannot bless the mask. He blesses the honest face beneath it. That is why He is removing the pretenders around you and within you. At first, the exposure may feel like loss. It may feel like rejection. But rejection is often God's redirection. When you no longer fit with certain circles, it means your spiritual frequency has changed. People operating in deception cannot tolerate the vibration of truth. Your very presence becomes uncomfortable for them. You do not need to fight to stay. Peace is your permission to go. Sometimes, what's being exposed isn't a person but an old mindset, something that once served you, but now limits you. The idea that you must prove yourself, the fear that good things won't last, the pattern of mistrusting God when things get quiet. These inner counterfeits are being uprooted too. God is cleaning your inner house so glory can dwell there freely. Do not cling to old blueprints when heaven is writing new ones. The counterfeit promises safety but delivers stagnation. The authentic may feel risky, but it leads to revelation. The counterfeit flatters, the authentic refines. The counterfeit feeds ego, the authentic feeds destiny. You are being matured to tell the difference. The pain of exposure is temporary, but the peace that follows is eternal. Once you see truth, you cannot unsee it. Once you know who truly stands with you, your circle becomes small but strong. You will learn to value real over numerous, substance over surface, alignment over appearance. Chosen one. Soon you will look back and understand why certain doors closed, why certain people left, why certain promises failed. They were not part of the authentic structure God was building. The exposure saved you years of heartache. It was mercy in disguise. After the dust settles, you will walk lighter. Your environment will feel quieter, clearer. Conversations will hold more depth. Connections will carry peace instead of pressure. You will stop chasing validation because truth itself will sustain you. This is the beauty of exposure. It leaves you with only what's real, and what is real cannot be shaken. What remains after revelation is refined gold. You will not have to question it, defend it, or fear losing it. It will stand on its own because it was born of God. Chosen one. Breathe. The light is not your enemy. The truth is not your punishment. Every exposure is protection wrapped in revelation. Every unveiling is heaven saying, "You are ready for real." When the counterfeit fades, the authentic appears. And when that happens, you will realize that losing what was false was the moment you finally found yourself. Chosen one. The season of exposure is always followed by a moment of awakening, when what was hidden within you begins to rise into sight. The storms have cleared, the noise has faded, and suddenly you begin to feel something inside shifting. A strength that once slept now stretches. A light that once flickered now burns steady. It is the beginning of the mantle of authority being placed upon your life. Authority is not loud, it is weighty. It does not shout to be heard. It speaks and the atmosphere adjusts. You are not gaining a title, you are being trusted with responsibility. The mantle is heaven's acknowledgement that your preparation has reached maturity. What you've endured was never wasted. It has qualified you for divine commission. When Elijah's mantle fell upon Elisha, it wasn't a random gesture, it was a divine transfer. The moment that cloth touched Elisha's shoulders, identity shifted. The ordinary became extraordinary, and destiny found direction. Likewise, something similar is occurring in your spirit. Heaven is dressing you in the garments of purpose, and with them comes weight, wisdom, and divine accountability. Chosen one. You have been trained to carry this. The rejection, the silence, the refining fire, all of it has stretched your capacity. You learned compassion in pain, patience in delay, and discernment in darkness. Now heaven says, you can carry what others dropped. This mantle does not make you greater than others, it makes you more responsible for them. As was written in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions, and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. That verse is not metaphor, it is covenant. Authority in Christ is not symbolic, it's functional. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives within you. And where he abides, dominion follows. You were never meant to live in reaction to darkness. You were meant to command it to move. But before authority is exercised, it must be understood. You are not wielding your own power. You are stewarding God's. The mantle is not a trophy. It is a tool. And like any divine instrument, it responds to posture. Arrogance silences it. Humility amplifies it. The more surrendered your heart, the more powerful your command. Authority also carries weight in unseen realms. The way you walk through rooms will change, not because you're more visible, but because your presence disturbs the atmosphere of oppression. Darkness recognizes the light in you. Environments will respond differently. Some will open to you with honor, others will resist you with hostility. Both are confirmation that the mantle is active. Chosen one. Heaven will also begin to send new assignments your way. People will come seeking advice, peace, healing, or clarity. Some will not even know why they are drawn to you. They will just feel something different. That something is the residue of divine presence. It is the authority of heaven resting upon you. Be gentle with it. Use it wisely. This authority is not for self-promotion. It is for intercession, for healing, for liberation. When you pray pray with the understanding that your words are not empty. They are legal decrees in the Spirit. Heaven listens when you speak, because your voice carries the mark of obedience. You have been through enough crushing to qualify as trustworthy. Authority will also test you. It will reveal hidden pride, subtle impatience, and quiet self-reliance. Each time you sense the mantle's weight, remind yourself, I am still a servant. The greatest in the kingdom are not those who command armies, but those who wash feet. You will be tempted to prove yourself, to demonstrate your power, but restraint is the language of maturity. The mantle's true strength is found in mercy. Chosen one. The mantle will also draw resistance. With every elevation comes opposition, not to destroy you, but to authenticate you. Even Jesus faced temptation after the Spirit descended upon him. You cannot carry glory without confronting resistance. The proof of your authority will be in how you remain peaceful under pressure. Authority does not mean a storm-free life. It means calm within storms. You will walk through environments others fear, not because you are fearless, but because you know who walks with you. Power is not absence of fear, it's awareness of divine partnership. The moment you remember who backs you, intimidation loses its voice. Do not misuse the mantle to manipulate or dominate. Use it to heal, to teach, to lift. The same authority that can rebuke storms can also restore souls. Speak life where there is death. Speak peace where there is confusion. Speak light where there is despair. Heaven's authority in you was never meant to control it, was meant to create. When Moses lifted his staff, it was not a symbol of personal power, but of partnership with God. Every miracle flowed through alignment, not performance. The same applies to you now. As you align your words, your posture, and your actions with heaven, power flows naturally. You won't have to force it. The anointing will confirm itself. Chosen one. Authority also shifts your responsibility in prayer. You are no longer just asking, you are declaring. No longer pleading, you are partnering. Your intercession now carries judicial weight in the courts of heaven. You are not a beggar before God. You are an ambassador carrying heaven's decrees into the earth. Yet even in all of this, stay small before the Lord. The mantle is a privilege, not a pedestal. It is possible to carry authority and still remain gentle. Power becomes dangerous only when it loses tenderness. Let love remain the oil that keeps your mantle shining. Soon, people will recognize the change in you without you needing to announce it. Authority is self-evident. It needs no introduction. They will sense it when you enter the room. They will feel peace settle where you stand. That is how heaven authenticates its chosen, through quiet confidence, not loud claim. And when the mantle feels heavy, remember, it rests not on your perfection, but on His promise. You are not carrying it alone. The Spirit is your strength, your counselor, your constant companion. He will teach you when to speak and when to stay silent, when to move and when to rest. This, beloved, is the dawn of your divine commissioning. You have passed through purification, through pruning, through preparation. Now you carry power wrapped in humility, authority balanced with love, and boldness clothed in peace. You no longer walk as one searching for purpose, you walk as one carrying it. Let your steps be steady. Let your words be wise. Let your heart remain soft. You are no longer in hiding. The mantle is upon your shoulders, and heaven's eyes are upon you. Walk as one who knows that every step leaves a mark on eternity. Chosen one, the fire has done its work. The mantle now rests upon your shoulders. But look around. The horizon is glowing with something far greater than your individual assignment. You are not alone in this awakening. Across the earth, in quiet rooms and secret prayers, others like you are rising. The Spirit of God is stirring the hearts of a remnant, the ones who will not bow to fear, who will not bend to compromise, who will not blend with darkness. You are part of the rise of the remnant. The world may seem chaotic. Faith may look fragile. But heaven is not anxious. God's plan has always included a remnant, a small company of souls who carry fire when others settle for smoke. When Elijah thought he was the last prophet left, God reminded him that 7,000 others had not bowed to Baal. In every generation, heaven hides its warriors until the appointed time, and now that time has come again. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 11, verse 5. So too, at the present time, there is a remnant chosen by grace. Grace has marked you for this, not perfection, not popularity, grace. You were chosen, not because you were flawless, but because you were willing. Grace saw you in your weakness and said, "Still useful." Grace watched you break and whispered, "Still Mina." And now grace is calling you to stand not as a spectator, but as a soldier. The remnant doesn't gather in cathedrals of gold, but in hearts of surrender. They may not hold microphones, but their prayers move nations. Their strength isn't in numbers, but in purity. They are ordinary people with extraordinary faith, mothers praying at midnight, fathers refusing to quit, youth burning with vision, elders still interceding for a world that has forgotten how to kneel. Chosen one, you are part of this hidden army, and though you may not see the others, know this: heaven is connecting you all through unseen threads. When one prays in silence, another across the world receives courage. When one gives, another's burden is lifted. When one shares the message, another life is changed. It is a divine relay of grace, a chain of obedience that circles the earth. This is why your voice matters. Every time you speak hope, you strengthen the army. Every time you share truth, you recruit another light bearer. And when you support the flow of this word through a like, a share, a comment, a donation, you're not fueling vanity, you're fueling victory. Think of it like a great bonfire on a dark night. The more wood each person adds, the brighter it burns. Some bring large logs, others small sticks, but all contribute to the flame. The fire does not ask who brought more. It simply shines because each played a part. Your engagement, yes, even a small gesture, is another piece of wood added to the fire of revival. When you like or share this message, it's not a routine click. It's a torch passed to someone scrolling through shadows. Someone who's been begging heaven for a sign. When you comment, your words become a declaration. I am part of the remnant. When you subscribe, you choose to remain connected to the ongoing current of revelation that strengthens you week after week. And if you ever feel led to donate, to pour into this stream of light, do it, not out of guilt, but gratitude. You're not just supporting words, you're sustaining a global altar. Each contribution, no matter the size, becomes oil in the lamp, that keeps this light burning. Think of a lighthouse in stormy seas. The keeper doesn't trim the flame once and forget it. He continually adds oil so that ships can find their way home. That's what you do when you give you help. Lost hearts find the shoreline of hope again. Chosen one. Understand this deeply. The remnant's strength is in unity. When one gives, all rise. When one speaks, al-ihyu. When one obeys, all advance. You are part of a chain reaction of light. The world may never know your name, but heaven does. And heaven records every act of faith as eternal evidence that the light still wins. Let these images settle in your heart. Picture yourself as a single candle in a cathedral, alone. Your glow is small, but when joined with thousands, the entire building becomes radiant. That's what your presence, your participation, your generosity does it, multiplies illumination until darkness retreats. Beloved, I speak this truth over you. You are a living flame. The enemy tried to smother you, but grace breathed you back to life. Now your light carries assignment. You were not kept alive just to survive. You were preserved to ignite others. Do not underestimate your reach. A single seed can grow into a forest. A single spark can light a city. A single act of faith can ripple through eternity. The remnant rises, not with applause, but with quiet conviction. And your yes, your faith, your obedience are part of that rise. If these words stir your spirit, hold them close. Let them become fuel for your journey. Stay connected. Stay prayerful. Stay generous, not for applause, but for alignment. You are part of something eternal, something unseen but unstoppable. When you share light, you are not building platforms, you are building altars. And at those altars, lives are changed, hearts are healed, destinies are restored. The remnant's rise depends not on one voice, but on many hearts burning in unity. Chosen one. Keep your flame steady. Feed it with truth. Guard it with prayer. Strengthen it with community. And whenever you add your voice, your prayer, or your provision, remember, you are not supporting a message, you are sustaining a movement. Heaven is watching. The remnant is rising. And you, precious soul, are right in the middle of it. Chosen one. When God begins to establish his remnant, he also begins to upgrade what they carry. Every part of your life that once felt small, restricted, or insufficient is now being expanded. This next movement of heaven upon you is not subtle, it is supernatural. The upgrades that are coming are not man-made, they are heaven-sent. They are divine adjustments, alignments, and enhancements designed to match the magnitude of your mission. You have reached a place where the old tools will no longer do. The prayers that sustained you before will now evolve into declarations. The vision you once held privately will begin to manifest publicly. Heaven is expanding the borders of your influence, not for fame, but for function. You have outgrown the garments of your last season. This is the moment where God hands you new ones, robes woven in wisdom, authority, and precision. You may feel the stretching already. Every promotion in the spirit comes with pressure in the natural. Your surroundings begin to shift. Your circle refines, and your responsibilities increase. Do not resist this divine stretching. It is evidence that you are being trusted with more. The discomfort you feel is not instability, it is growth. Like a tree pushing through new soil, Your roots are deepening, even as your branches reach higher. Chosen one. Heaven is upgrading your resources. The places of lack that once tested your patience are about to testify of provision. God is not merely sending money or material things, He is releasing strategy, connections, and favor. What once required struggle will now flow with grace. You are entering a dimension where provision matches purpose. The door that refused to open before will now recognize your name. Understand this. Divine upgrades are not rewards for effort, but responses to readiness. Heaven gives not when you demand, but when you are developed. The trials that humbled you prepared your hands to handle what's next. Had you received it earlier, it would have overwhelmed you. But now, after fire and faith, you are finally strong enough to steward abundance. We are reminded through the words in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 18. But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth. This verse reveals a hidden truth. The upgrade is not about accumulation. It's about covenant. God empowers you to prosper, not for comfort, but for confirmation. To prove that His word over your life was true. The upgrades are not luxuries, they are tools. The expansion is not decoration, it's delegation. Heaven increases those who have proven they will use the increase for divine purpose. Chosen one. You are entering a season where doors will open in synchronization. Opportunities will not compete with each other, they will complement each other. What felt scattered will suddenly align. God is orchestrating your steps like a symphony, ensuring every note of your destiny plays in perfect time. You are about to witness divine efficiency, heaven's ability to accomplish in a day what used to take you a year. You will notice the small miracles first, the right words at the right time, a favor-filled encounter, en unexpected provision. These are not random, they are signs that the system of heaven around your life has shifted. The favor resting upon you is not occasional anymore, it's continual. And yet, with every upgrade comes responsibility. You must learn to protect your peace like treasure, to maintain humility amidst expansion, and to remember who built the foundation beneath your feet. Never forget that upgrades are sustained not by talent, but by trust. Pride can collapse what obedience built. Gratitude keeps the flow open. Chosen one. The upgrades of heaven are rarely loud. They arrive quietly, often disguised as opportunity or conversation. You may wake up one morning and realize that something has changed you. No longer fear what used to paralyze you. That's an upgrade. You no longer crave the approval of those who misunderstood you. That's an upgrade. You no longer shrink when doors open. That's an upgrade. The transformation is subtle but sacred. You are also being upgraded emotionally. The wounds that once controlled your reactions are closing. The triggers that once defined you are losing power. God is restoring your inner stability. The remnant must lead from healed hearts, not hidden pain. That is why your emotions have been under divine surgery. The same fire that refined your faith has purified your feelings. You can now love without losing yourself, forgive without losing focus, and lead without losing peace. Chosen one. Spiritual upgrades are not just for empowerment, they are for embodiment. Heaven is not sending you into the world as a preacher of words, but as a living example of transformation. Your life will become the sermon. The calmness in your spirit will speak louder than your voice. People will look at you and sense that something divine rests upon you. That is the true evidence of elevation, when presence itself becomes testimony. These upgrades will not stop at your personal life. They will ripple into your surroundings. Homes will stabilize. Families will reconcile. Hidden gifts in others will awaken simply because of your presence. You are not the only one being lifted. Everyone connected to you will rise. The wilderness is over. The refining has done its work. The mantle rests. The remnant rises. And now the upgrades begin. Chosen one. When heaven begins to pour new oil, it also stirs unseen battle. For every upgrade released in the natural, there is resistance that forms in the spirit. What you feel pressing against your peace, your clarity, your momentum, it is not confusion from within, it is war in the spirit realm. The invisible world is reacting to your rise. The light upon your life has intensified, and darkness is attempting to strike back before it loses ground completely. Do not fear this warfare. Recognize it. You are not being attacked because you did something wrong. You are being confronted because you carry something right. Every chosen vessel becomes a threat when it begins to function in purpose. The intensity you feel is confirmation, not condemnation. You are being tested because you have become effective. In this unseen war, your weapons are not physical. They are forged in prayer, purity, and peace. The loudest warrior in heaven's army is often the quiet one on their knees. The enemy understands authority, and he fears a believer who remembers how to use it. You are not powerless, you are positioned. The battlefield is not around you, it's beneath you. You are seated in heavenly places, and from there, you command the fight. Chosen one. Every whisper of doubt, every sudden fatigue, every wave of discouragement that comes without reason, these are not coincidences. They are attempts to drain your spiritual stamina. The enemy is subtle. He rarely announces himself directly. He plants weariness, distraction, and delay. He hopes you will confuse exhaustion with failure. But you are wiser now. You can recognize spiritual sabotage when it comes disguised as ordinary emotion. You must learn to respond, not react. The warrior who panics loses focus, but the one who pauses to listen to heaven always prevails. When the pressure increases, retreat into presence. Let worship become your shield and truth, your sword. You will discover that praise does what strategies cannot. It shifts atmospheres. Worship blinds the enemy because he cannot operate in gratitude. As was written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verses 4 and 5, the weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. Chosen one. There are also angelic movements happening around you that you cannot see. Heaven's armies have been dispatched to assist you. While you sleep, they war on your behalf. While you worship, they build walls of defense. You are not outnumbered. You are surrounded by divine allies. The unseen is working for you more than the seen is against you. Every battle carries a lesson. Some wars teach endurance, others teach discernment. This one will teach you consistency. Victory is not in one loud moment of triumph. It is in quiet faith that refuses to collapse. When the attack intensifies, don't ask, "Why me?" Ask, "What am I being trained to carry?" Because every level of warfare precedes a level of worship. Remember Daniel. His prayer was answered the first day. But the angel bringing the answer was delayed by resistance for 21 days. That story still echoes, because it reveals a truth about your own battles. Delay does not mean denial. Some answers are fighting their way to you through heavy opposition. Keep praying. Keep believing. The heavens heard you already. The manifestation is simply being contested. This is also why rest becomes holy during warfare. Fatigue is a gate through which fear enters. Rest is not retreat, it is recharge. Even warriors sleep between battles. When your body is weary, heaven invites you to be still. In stillness, strength returns. In quietness, clarity reappears. The enemy cannot attack what is hidden in peace. Chosen one. The key to victory in this season is awareness. You must learn to sense the difference between human emotion and spiritual pressure. The former passes quickly, the latter lingers until confronted. When heaviness comes, don't analyze it, rebuke it. Speak life into your atmosphere. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead dwells in you. Every time you declare truth, you release that power into your surroundings. There will be days when the fight feels invisible but real, the kind that drains you before morning. On those days, remember, every breath of prayer is a strike in the Spirit. You may not see swords clashing, but heaven does. You are contributing to battles that will liberate generations after you. Your perseverance is prophetic. Do not measure victory by the absence of warfare, but by the persistence of peace. When peace remains despite pressure, you've already won. Peace is the banner of the victorious. When you can look into chaos and still rest, hell knows it has lost. Chosen one. This war is temporary. It exists only to confirm your readiness. The enemy would not fight so hard for something that wasn't valuable. Every strike against you proves the size of your assignment. Every night of wrestling prepares you for days of reigning. When this season lifts, and it will, you will carry a new calm, a quiet strength that cannot be faked. You will no longer fear confrontation because you've seen behind the curtain. You'll know that all along, victory was never in question. It was already written. So, breathe deep. Adjust your armor. Remember who you are and whose you are. You are not a casualty of spiritual war. You are its conqueror. Stand firm. Not in striving, but in stillness. Heaven fights beside you. And when the noise of battle fades, you will find yourself changed. Not wounded, but wiser. Not frightened, but fortified. And every scar left behind will shine like a medal of faith, a reminder that you did not bow, you did not break, and you did not lose. You simply endured, and in endurance, you overcame. Chosen one. After every battle, there comes a test, not of strength, but of obedience. It's easy to follow God when the sky is clear, when the winds are gentle, when victory is visible. But the truest test comes when heaven gives a quiet instruction that collides with logic. This is the test of obedience. The Spirit is whispering new directions even now. They may not make sense to the natural mind, but deep within, you already know. They carry divine weight. Every chosen one reaches a point where God no longer asks for strength, but for surrender. You've proven your resilience. Now heaven asks for your response. This test won't look dramatic. It may come as a subtle nudge. Leave that place. Speak that truth. Forgive that person. Give when it feels impossible. The instruction will not appeal to comfort, because obedience rarely does. But heaven hides miracles inside uncomfortable directions. Remember Abraham. He was promised a son, and yet the very son of promise became the altar of obedience. The command to offer Isaac was not about sacrifice, it was about trust. Heaven already had a ram waiting. It only needed Abraham's willingness to climb. Likewise, your obedience is the bridge between promise and provision. Chosen one. Obedience is not always about big gestures. Sometimes it's in small choices: what you say no to, what you refuse to entertain, what you release before you understand why. God tests the hidden corners of your will, because those corners hold the keys to destiny. When you obey in secret, heaven rewards in public. The difficulty of obedience is that it often feels like loss before it looks like blessing. You might have to walk away from people you love, positions you earned, or plans you built. The heart breaks. The logic protests. And yet, something deeper inside says, "Go." That voice is the same one that guided Noah to build the ark when no rain existed. It's the same one that called Moses to face Pharaoh with nothing but a staff. It's the same one calling you now, as was declared in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 2. All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God. And there is a specific kind of loneliness that comes with obedience, the space between your yes and God's manifestation. It's the wilderness between Egypt and Canaan. The mind says, "Did I hear right?" The heart says, "Maybe I should turn back." But heaven whispers, "Keep walking." Every step taken in obedience shortens the distance between you and destiny. The test of obedience also exposes idols. God will ask you to place on the altar whatever you secretly trust more than Him. It might be control, reputation, or routine. Each idol dismantled makes room for new glory. The pain of surrender is temporary. The freedom of obedience is eternal. Chosen one. Sometimes obedience feels like stepping off a cliff. But the truth is, you're stepping onto unseen wings. The same God who commands the leap provides the lift. The fall you fear is actually flight in disguise. When you obey, the atmosphere responds. Creation recognizes surrendered souls. Doors open, hearts soften, and paths straighten. You will see divine acceleration follow your yes. Because obedience unlocks favor faster than prayer alone ever could. Heaven honors action. Do not wait for perfect conditions. They rarely come. Peter stepped onto waves, not calm water. The miracle met him halfway. That's how obedience works. It meets you in motion. When you act, God aligns. When you move, heaven manifests. Your obedience will also inspire others. Some are watching you silently, waiting to see if your faith is real. When they see you walk through uncertainty with peace, they will remember your example when their own moment of obedience arrives. You are teaching others how to trust God by how you live. Chosen one. Obedience is not a one-time act. It's a lifestyle. The more you practice it, the quicker your spirit responds to heaven's frequency. It becomes instinctual, natural, automatic. The chosen walk in obedience, not as duty, but as delight. To them, obedience is not restriction, it's revelation. You will soon see the fruit of every quiet yes you gave in faith. The doors that open in this next chapter will not open because you forced them, but because your obedience already unlocked them. Every sacrifice you made in silence has been stored in heaven's ledger. The blessings you're about to walk into were built by your faithfulness, brick by brick, unseen by the world, but recorded by eternity. And when the moment comes, you will understand why heaven asked for certain sacrifices. You'll see how every surrender became a seed. What you gave up will return, multiplied, not as compensation, but as confirmation. God does not owe you reward. He loves to reveal it. Chosen one. If your spirit feels the weight of this message, that is because heaven is speaking directly to you. This is not general instruction, it is personal invitation. You are standing in the threshold of obedience that unlocks your next dimension. As an act of prophetic agreement, comment the number 444 below. 4 represents foundation, and when heaven repeats it, it means divine order, stability, and the establishment of destiny. By writing it, you are declaring, my obedience builds my foundation. I align with divine order. And do not type it casually. Let it be your silent covenant, a sign that you have heard heaven and chosen to respond. When you write that number, see it as a signature of surrender, your yes written into the story God is authoring through you. Chosen one. Heaven smiles when you obey. The earth shifts when you act. Angels move when you say yes. You are not stepping into loss, you are stepping into legacy. Obedience is not the end, it is the beginning of everything promised. Chosen one. Obedience opens the door, but endurance keeps you walking through it. Many can begin with fire, but few continue with faith. This next stretch of your journey is not about speed, it's about stamina. Heaven is not asking how fast you can run, but how long you can remain steadfast when the excitement fades and the promise still seems distant. You have already said yes. You have already stepped out. But now, heaven is teaching you how to sustain, how to hold steady when momentum slows, how to trust when visibility disappears, how to keep believing when silence lingers. This is the lesson of longevity, the mastery of staying faithful when nothing feels certain. Endurance is not glamorous. It does not come with applause. It is forged in the slow hours when prayers seem unanswered and progress seems invisible. It is in those moments that heaven watches closely. Will you continue to walk even when the ground beneath you feels uncertain? Will you still sing when there is no audience? Still pray when there is no sign? Still love when you feel unseen? That is what defines the chosen, not perfection, but perseverance. Endurance is the hidden crown of every overcomer. The apostles did not conquer because they were flawless. They conquered because they refused to quit. Endurance is not stubbornness. It is faith that breathes quietly while waiting. It is patience wrapped in purpose. It is the choice to trust that God's silence is still speech. His delays are still divine, and His promises are still alive. You will notice that endurance doesn't always feel spiritual. Sometimes it looks like waking up and doing the next right thing. It looks like maintaining discipline when no one notices, holding integrity when no one claps, remaining kind when others are cruel. The Spirit calls these small acts holy repetitions. They are the exercises that build eternal strength. Chosen one. This phase of endurance is also purification in disguise. God removes the need for validation. He detaches you from the addiction of immediate results. You are learning that success in the kingdom is not measured by visibility, but by consistency. Heaven celebrates quiet obedience far more than public achievement. As written in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." No. Notice that the reward is not for those who start, it is for those who stand. The true crown is not made of gold, it is made of endurance. Every time you choose to remain faithful, when quitting would be easier, you add another jewel to that unseen crown. Heaven records persistence as praise. Endurance also matures your vision. When you stay long enough, you begin to see that delays are not denials, they are designs. What looked like stillness was actually structure being built underneath. God never wastes time, He works in it. The waiting room of heaven is not idle space, it's the construction site of destiny. Chosen one. Do not despise slow seasons. They are sacred classrooms. When God hides you, He is not withholding your destiny, He is protecting it. Just as roots grow deeper before trees grow taller, your unseen endurance is producing visible fruit that will last. The longer the roots, the higher the rise. Sometimes endurance looks like carrying promises that others mock. You may be surrounded by voices saying, "It's too late," or "You should have seen results by now." But faith defies timelines. Endurance remembers that Abraham was nearly 100 when Isaac was born, that Joseph waited years in confinement before the palace, that David was anointed long before he was enthroned. Heaven's timing cannot be rushed. It can only be trusted. Chosen one. The temptation during endurance is to compare. When others seem to progress faster, your mind whispers, "Maybe I missed it." But comparison is a thief that steals peace and purpose. God's pace for you is intentional. He is building something unique, and rushing it would ruin it. The slow work of God produces deep beauty. Let patience have her perfect work. The miracle of endurance is transformation. You begin one way, but you don't finish the same. Waiting refines motives, deepens compassion, and anchors identity. You stop craving recognition and start craving righteousness. You stop begging for outcomes and start enjoying communion. You stop counting days and start counting blessings. That is the holy alchemy of endurance. It turns impatience into intimacy. Endurance is also contagious. Those watching you may never say it, but your persistence is giving them permission to keep going too. Every time you choose faith over fatigue, someone else finds courage to do the same. You are writing silent sermons with your consistency. When endurance has finished its work, peace will settle like dew. You'll realize you no longer need constant confirmation. The stillness itself becomes proof. The very storms that once scared you will now strengthen you. The winds that once bent you will now bow to you. This is how endurance transforms believers into warriors, not through battle scars, but through steady hearts. Chosen one. You are closer to breakthrough than your emotions suggest. Fatigue often comes at the edge of fulfillment. The enemy cannot stop your promise, so he tries to wear you down before you reach it. Do not give him that satisfaction. The moment you feel weakest is often the moment before the wall breaks. Chosen one. Destiny now breathes around you like the wind, gentle, invisible, unstoppable. The long nights, the hidden preparation, the unseen faithfulness, none of it was in vain. You are standing at the threshold of visible fulfillment. The pages heaven wrote long ago are unfolding in real time, and your spirit can already sense it. The rhythm of divine manifestation. But here is the truth. The Spirit wants you to understand, manifestation is not just for you, it flows through you. Every blessing you receive becomes a river meant to water others. The light God placed within you is not for decoration, but illumination. You were never chosen merely to shine. You were chosen to reflect. The world is filled with noise, voices shouting, opinions colliding, darkness creeping. Yet amid it all, heaven plants quiet flames like you. Your assignment is not to argue with the dark, but to outshine it. The light you carry breaks confusion without confrontation. It heals without announcement. It draws others home by simply existing, as the prophet wrote in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That is heaven's command over your life right now. Arise. Do not dim yourself to make others comfortable. Do not hide because you fear being misunderstood. The glory rising on you is not arrogance, it is evidence. You are proof that God still takes broken things and turns them into beacons. Chosen one. This glory will not always appear grand. Sometimes it will look like gentleness when anger feels justified. Sometimes it will look like generosity when logic says, hold back. Sometimes it will look like faith when others call it foolishness. That's how light works. It doesn't compete. It contrasts. And in this moment, heaven whispers something sacred. Share the light. You are part of a divine movement where every act of sharing becomes a seed. Every comment becomes a testimony. And every small gesture becomes a spark in someone else's night. When you like or share this word, it is not a casual act, it's a form of ministry. It's light multiplication. Think of the fire on an altar. One person's flame lights another's candle. And soon, the room glows brighter without any single flame burning out. That's how heaven's message spreads. Every share adds oxygen to the fire. Every like tells heaven, keep this light burning. Every subscription anchors you to a continual stream of divine reminders, a rhythm of words that sustain your spirit when the world feels heavy. This isn't about numbers, it's about nourishment. The same way a tree shares its seeds through the wind. Your engagement scatters the seeds of light into unseen places. Someone scrolling through despair may stumble upon hope because you decided to press one simple button. Chosen one. Understand something powerful. Generosity is not only financial, it's spiritual. Every act of giving time, prayer, support, or seed is a ripple of love that travels far beyond your sight. When you donate or sow into the soil of messages like this, you are not giving to a voice, you are giving through it. You are fueling a movement that carries light into thousands of weary hearts across the earth. Imagine a lamp burning in a lighthouse during a storm. The keeper doesn't trim the flame once and walk away. He returns again and again, pouring oil so that lost ships can see the shore. That's what your giving does. It refills the oil. It keeps the light steady when the world's waves crash high. Without oil, even the brightest flame flickers. With it, the light pierces through miles of darkness. And remember, no drop of oil is too small. Heaven counts every act of faith, your gift, your share, your prayer, Each one is recorded as an echo of obedience. You are not supporting a platform. You are sustaining a purpose. You are helping to build a digital altar where broken hearts meet divine words and weary souls. Remember, they are chosen. Do it not out of guilt, but gratitude. Give because you've tasted light and you want others to see it too. Support because you've been lifted and you desire to lift others. Share because somewhere out there, someone's night is longer than yours, and your obedience could be their dawn. Chosen one. Your life itself is the sermon heaven is preaching. Every time you act with compassion, speak with kindness, or give with faith, you become a living message. You do not need to force influence. Authenticity will do the work. Light doesn't fight for attention. It simply shines until everything around it must acknowledge its presence. So keep shining. Keep giving. Keep sharing. Keep showing up with love when it would be easier to withdraw. This is how the kingdom expands, not through noise, but through nurture. Not through shouting, but through shining. The seeds you sow now spiritually, emotionally, financially, will not vanish into the void. They are entering divine soil. The same God who multiplied the boy's small lunch will multiply your offerings of faith. What you release today will return as revelation, provision, and peace, not because of transaction, but because of transformation. Heaven measures differently. Down here, we count what leaves our hand. Up there, God counts what leaves our heart. And when you give from sincerity, He responds with abundance. Chosen one, as you stand beneath this dawning glory, let your obedience speak louder than fear. Let your generosity echo longer than your name. Let your light outlast the night. And every time you like, share, subscribe, or so, whisper this prayer in your spirit. Lord, let this act be oil for your light. Let it reach who it needs to reach. 1. Because one day, in eternity's quiet replay, you will see faces you never met, souls touched by your faithfulness, and you will realize, I was part of something far greater than myself. That, beloved, is what it means to live chosen. Chosen one. The air feels different, now lighter, charged with a strange sense of awareness. The veil between heaven and earth feels thin. You've begun to notice moments that seem too precise to be coincidence. The right words at the right time. The dream that mirrors your prayers. The inner stirring that whispers, something is coming. That is not imagination, it is alignment. Heaven is tuning your spirit to hear its rhythm clearly. You've walked through the fire, endured the testing, carried the mantle, and kept the flame alive. Now heaven is fine-tuning you for discernment, because revelation without perception is wasted. God is not only giving you promises, He is teaching you how to recognize His movements in the subtle. This is the stage where maturity is proven not by miracles, but by sensitivity. You are learning to notice divine signals, a sudden peace that settles where there was confusion, a conversation that opens an unexpected door, a silence that demands reflection. God rarely shouts, He paints in whispers. You are being trained to read the language of divine timing. There is a holy rhythm to destiny. Everything God does moves in patterns, like tides and seasons. When you align with that rhythm, you stop forcing outcomes. You stop chasing what isn't ready. You learn to move when heaven moves. to pause when heaven pauses. Alignment feels like ease, like everything around you exhaling after a long storm. We find this wisdom hidden in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. And chosen one. That verse is more than poetry. It is prophecy. Timing is the translator between promise and manifestation. You can have the right dream, but move in the wrong moment and still end up weary. That's why God often withholds clarity until your spirit is still enough to listen. He's not withholding direction, He's protecting alignment. Discernment is not just spiritual, it's practical. Heaven will teach you which conversations to leave, which doors to close, which opportunities to decline. You will begin to sense when something that looks good isn't God. That's the difference between temptation and timing. One flatters, the other fits. This stage of your walk will require quiet courage. Sometimes alignment means moving faster than your comfort zone allows. Sometimes it means slowing down when everyone else is rushing. Either way, you must choose peace over pressure. Trust that heaven's schedule is perfect, even when it disrupts yours. The enemy's favorite tactic in this stage is distraction. He knows he cannot stop what's been ordained. So he tries to rush you into misalignment. He'll whisper, "You're behind." But you are not behind. You are in process. You are right on schedule for where heaven intends you to be. Chosen one. Discernment also brings divine separation. When you step into true alignment, not everyone can come with you. Some relationships were seasonal. They helped shape you, but cannot sustain your next dimension. Love them. Bless them. But release them. God is not subtracting. He is streamlining. You are being trimmed for speed. In this season, silence will become sacred again. The more you hear from heaven, the less you'll feel the need to explain yourself. People may not understand why you withdrew, why you waited, why you said no to what seemed ideal. But discernment is personal. Obedience is rarely understood until hindsight proves it right. Chosen one, your discernment will sharpen through stillness, worship, and scripture. Each time you pause before acting, each time you ask, "Lord, is this you?" you fine-tune your hearing. Over time, you will notice patterns: how peace feels when it's divine, how heaviness feels when it's deception. You'll learn to follow the flow, not the noise. When you are in alignment, blessings don't feel like surprises, they feel like confirmations. Your steps become lighter, your mind grows clearer. You stop chasing and start attracting, because heaven's order naturally draws provision to purpose. Divine timing is never late, it is always layered. Chosen one. This is why your current stillness is not stagnation, it's synchronization. The Spirit is resetting your rhythm to match heaven's heartbeat. The pauses, the waiting, even the apparent slowdowns, all are calibrations for precision. Heaven would rather delay you than deliver you unready. There will come a moment soon when everything suddenly clicks. A door that once resisted you will swing open with ease. A conversation will align perfectly. A long-held dream will begin to materialize naturally. That's not luck, that's alignment manifesting. You'll look back and realize that all the confusion was choreography. So breathe deeply. You are not lost, you are being positioned. Every lesson, every pause, every turn has brought you exactly here, to this moment of divine awareness, You are learning to walk with heaven's pace, to live by heaven's rhythm, and to act with heaven's confidence. Chosen one. You are not striving anymore. You are flowing. You are not begging for signs. You are becoming one. The world will recognize the difference in your composure. They'll see peace in your eyes where others see panic. That calm will speak louder than 1,000 sermons. It will say, I am aligned. Well, and right now, heaven invites you to seal this truth with an act of acknowledgement. Comment these simple words below. I am aligned. Went 3 short words, but they carry eternal meaning. It's your declaration that your will, your timing, and your heart now move with divine order. As you write them, imagine the weight lifting, the tension dissolving, the pace of heaven settling around you like still air after a storm. Chosen one. You are entering your most peaceful power, yet not loud, not frantic, but flowing. Alignment has found you, and heaven has anchored you. Now, walk with grace. Chosen one. After alignment comes authority in peace. You have walked through the fire, and you have learned how to move with divine timing. Now heaven is calling you into the still power of rest, the kind of rest that doesn't mean inactivity. But divine confidence. This is the place where your soul stops striving and starts abiding. For so long, you've been fighting to prove, to survive, to hold it all together. But the Lord is saying, be still and know. This is the moment where your knowing replaces your needing. You no longer run after signs, you are one. You no longer fear the unknown, you trust the unseen. You no longer chase validation, you walk in identity. This is the posture of rest. It's not laziness, it's lordship. When you rest in Him, you declare that you no longer need to control outcomes because you trust His authorship. True rest is a weapon. It confuses the enemy because he thrives on chaos. But when you stay calm, when you remain unmoved while the storm screams, you disarm his entire strategy. We see this beautifully in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, verse 39. He got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, "Quiet, be still." Then the wind died down and it was completely calm. That moment wasn't just a miracle, it was a model. Jesus was showing his disciples the power of internal peace over external panic. He didn't wrestle with the storm, he spoke to it. You, chosen one, are being taught to do the same. You will no longer react to chaos, you will rule over it. The same voice that calmed seas lives inside you. Peace is not passive, it's positional. You cannot command storms until you've conquered the one inside you. That's why the recent shaking wasn't punishment, it was preparation. God allowed the turbulence so that your spirit would learn to remain anchored when nothing around you was stable. Every wave that hit you was teaching you how to stand. Chosen one. The maturity of this season is measured by peace. The true mark of spiritual authority is not volume, but stillness. Heaven recognizes calm as confidence. The more deeply you trust, the more effectively you move. When your soul stops doubting, your words gain weight. When your spirit rests, your surroundings begin to respond. You are stepping into a phase where you will begin to sense the difference between reaction and response. Reaction comes from fear, response comes from faith. Fear shouts, faith whispers. Fear grasps, faith releases. The more you abide in peace, the easier it becomes to discern what deserves your energy and what does not. In this peace, you will also discover divine rhythm. Rest reveals what rushing hides. When you slow down, you start to see things clearly, the patterns, the promises, the protection. You notice how God has been orchestrating your steps, even in seasons you thought were wasted. Rest allows revelation to rise. Chosen one, you may notice your desires changing too. The things that once stirred anxiety now stir gratitude. The prayers that used to sound desperate now sound confident. You've stopped asking, "When will it happen?" and started saying, "It's already in motion." That shift in language is the sound of maturity. Heaven responds to faith speak, not fear speak. This peace will not always be understood by others. People accustomed to noise may think your calm is indifference, but it is divine focus. You are learning that quiet is not weakness, it's wisdom. You no longer explain what God is still unfolding. Silence has become your sanctuary. The more you rest, the more revelation you'll receive. Stillness becomes a signal that heaven can trust you with more. Because God can only speak clearly to a rested mind, the rushing spirit misses whispers, the calm heart catches them. This is the place where strategy flows effortlessly. Answers appear not through striving, but through surrender. The very ideas and opportunities that once felt distant will start approaching you. Peace creates clarity, and clarity attracts manifestation. Chosen one, you must guard this peace like treasure. It is not cheap. It was purchased through pain, through waiting, through pruning. Do not let anyone steal it with gossip, pressure, or urgency. You no longer have to fight for every inch. Peace does more in silence than force does in striving. Understand this. Rest is not retreat. It's readiness. You are being charged by stillness. Like an archer pulling back the bowstring, heaven sometimes draws you into quiet before releasing you into acceleration. The pullback feels like pause, but it's actually preparation. You are not losing momentum, you are gathering it. Every quiet day is a hidden investment of strength. You are learning to operate not from depletion, but from overflow. This rest will also heal you. Your nervous system, your emotions, your thoughts each will start to recover from the strain of survival. You'll find yourself breathing easier, laughing more, sleeping deeply again. That's not just relief, it's renewal. The Spirit is restoring your rhythm. Chosen one. In this stage, you'll begin to realize something sacred. Peace is power disguised as patience. It is the most mature form of warfare. Anyone can shout, few can stay silent and still win. You are learning to command not by noise, but by knowing. Soon, others will come to you. Not because you have all the answers, but because you radiate calm. Your presence will become therapy. Your peace will become prophecy. You will carry an atmosphere that says, everything's under control, even if I can't see how. And when they ask you how you remain so composed, you will smile and simply say, because I trust the one who commands the wind. Chosen one. This is not the end of your story. It's the equilibrium before the next elevation. God is preparing to send you back into motion. But this time, you'll move from peace, not pressure. You'll operate from overflow, not emptiness. You'll create, not react. So stay here a little longer in the quiet. Let your heart sync with heaven's pace. Let your thoughts slow until all that remains is faith. You are not falling behind, you are falling into rhythm. This is the calm before glory, the sacred silence before the sound of victory. Chosen one. Peace is a weapon, but wisdom is the hand that wields it. The stillness you've learned in this season is not the end, it is the doorway into divine strategy. You have rested, refined, endured, and aligned. Now heaven begins to reveal how to build, not by human plans, but by revelation. The time of wandering is over. The fog is lifting, and direction is returning. But this time, you will not build out of anxiety or ambition. You will build from wisdom. Heaven is not rushing you, it is instructing you. The spirit that taught Noah how to construct the ark, that gave Joseph dreams in prison, that inspired Bezalel to craft the tabernacle now breathes blueprints into your spirit. Chosen one. God does not bless random motion, He blesses revealed direction. That's why this stage of your journey feels quieter but sharper. Your ears are being trained for precision. You will notice ideas drop into your heart, unannounced strategies, visions, names, numbers, timing. They are not random, they are divine codes. Heaven is teaching you to execute instruction by inspiration. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, the book of Proverbs, chapter 24, verse 3 declares, "By wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established." That verse holds the architecture of destiny. Many try to build their calling by zeal alone, but zeal without wisdom leads to collapse. Passion ignites the flame, but wisdom sustains it. You are being trained not just to feel the Spirit, but to partner with Him strategically. Wisdom is not a cloud of mystery, it's a compass. It teaches you what to prioritize, where to invest energy, when to speak, and when to remain silent. It will tell you which projects align with destiny and which ones are distractions wrapped in opportunity. Wisdom guards your pace. Without it, even good things can become exhausting things. Chosen one. You are stepping into the part of your calling that requires discernment and design. The vision is too big to build impulsively. Heaven will show you patterns in prayer connections between what you thought were unrelated events. You'll realize that the things you went through weren't wasted. They were bricks being shaped for the structure you're now constructing. Your story itself is the blueprint. Every hardship was a foundation stone. Every miracle, a support beam. Every lesson, a window that lets light in. You are the builder, and the structure at once. God builds through you as He builds in you. Wisdom will also teach you balance. The same God who said, "Go," also said, "Rest." The same one who multiplied bread also instructed the disciples to gather the leftovers. Wisdom wastes nothing. It teaches stewardship, the art of sustaining what faith begins. Chosen one. Don't rush to reveal everything heaven is showing you. Some blueprints are meant to be kept in prayer until the timing is right. Not everyone will understand what you are building, and that's okay. Noah didn't explain the ark, he built it. There are visions that are safer in silence until they are strong enough to stand. The Spirit will also begin to introduce you to divine alliances. The people coming into your life now are not coincidences, they are connectors. Some will carry resources, others will carry insight, and some will carry intercession. Do not judge them by appearance, discern their assignment. The wrong partnership can drain momentum, but the right one can multiply it. You will begin to sense when heaven is orchestrating introductions. The conversations will feel alive. Ideas will resonate instantly. Peace will confirm it. These connections are destiny's scaffolding. They support you as you build what God has designed. Wisdom will also refine your stewardship of time. The coming days will demand focus. You'll need to set boundaries to guard your mornings and your mind. Not every message requires a reply. Not every invitation deserves a yes. Protecting your peace is part of protecting your progress. In this season, wisdom will begin to whisper structure. God is not only pouring out revelation, but also responsibility. You are being equipped to lead, to mentor, to create systems that carry His presence. This is how heaven builds movements that last through the hands of the wise. You may feel heaven's push to write, to organize, to strategize. Follow that prompting. The anointing is not limited to preaching. It flows into planning. The Spirit who hovers over chaos in Genesis is the same Spirit that arranges order within you now. Chaos does not intimidate Him. It inspires Him. Chosen one. You will also be tested in how you handle success. Wisdom will remind you that every platform is still an altar. Every accomplishment must be returned to God as worship. When you stay low before Him, He lifts you higher without pride. When you forget, He gently humbles you until your balance returns. This is divine rhythm, ascent followed by adoration. The greatest leaders in Scripture, Joseph, Daniel, Esther, did not dominate through noise but through discernment. They knew when to speak, when to wait, and when to act. You are being placed in that same stream of spiritual intelligence. The coming opportunities will require more listening than leading at first. Observe before you act. Patience will position you. Wisdom will also reframe your definition of prosperity. It's not about accumulation, but accuracy, having what you need for what you're called to do. The truly prosperous soul is one that has enough peace to hear, enough humility to learn, and enough courage to act. You are being entrusted with this sacred balance. As the days unfold, expect revelation to come in layers. God rarely gives the entire picture at once. He reveals according to readiness. Every step of obedience unlocks the next layer of clarity. Walk faithfully with what you have, and more will come. You will begin to notice that strategy itself becomes worship. Planning in His presence is as holy as praying in tongues. Heaven delights in co-creation. You are not just a servant following orders. You are a partner carrying blueprints. The Creator is teaching you to create. And when you build, whether it's a business, a ministry, a song, or a legacy, remember the foundation. Everything must be rooted in love. Without love, even brilliance collapses. Love is the cement that holds divine architecture together. Chosen one. Wisdom is not something you chase. It is someone you walk with. The Holy Spirit is wisdom embodied. When you consult Him daily, your plans carry His fingerprints. When you ignore Him, even success feels hollow. So, lean into His whispers. Let His timing write your timelines. Let His insight shape your instructions. You are not guessing, you are guided. You are not improvising, you are implementing heaven's design. This is the era of divine strategy, the builder's anointing. You are not constructing for applause, but for eternity. What you build in obedience will outlive you. What you create in wisdom will echo through generations. Chosen one. Heaven is handing you the blueprints now. Take them with reverence. The world will one day see the structure, but only you and God will know the sacred story of every brick. Chosen one. The structure is almost complete. The blueprints you have followed through obedience, patience, and wisdom are now becoming visible. Piece by piece, what was once a whisper in the dark has turned into a form, a shape, a vision that can now be seen. You are standing in the birthing room of destiny. The foundations are laid. The walls are rising, and heaven is preparing to breathe life into what you have built. There is a sacred weight to completion. Anyone can start. Few finish with grace. The final stretch of every divine assignment is the most spiritually delicate. Distractions multiply. Fatigue creeps in, and the enemy whispers, "You've done enough." But heaven responds, "Not yet. You must see this through to the end." Chosen one. Faith is not only for beginnings, it's the anchor of endings. You are being called to finish this season with the same fire that you started it. Do not coast toward conclusion, run toward it. The reward is not just in the result, but in the resilience you show along the way. As the Apostle reminds us in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." That verse is a promise and a prophecy. What God begins, He sustains. What He sustains, He completes. Your job is not to make it happen, it's to stay aligned until it does. Heaven is already working behind the scenes to ensure that every detail you need falls into place. Chosen one. Completion requires clarity. You must know what season you are closing and what season you are stepping into. This is not the time for scattered energy or divided focus. Heaven is trimming distractions so that your eyes remain on the finish line. The same way a runner leans forward at the end of a race, you must lean into this last push. Completion also demands courage. There will be moments when fear tries to whisper, "What if it doesn't work?" But faith replies, "What if it does?" Remember, the same God who carried you through the wilderness is now leading you into fulfillment. You didn't survive all this to stop now. Chosen one. Don't be afraid of the weight of what's coming. The increase, the visibility, the expansion, they are not punishments. They are promotions. You've proven faithful with the little. Now heaven can trust you with more. This new level will require deeper prayer, sharper discernment, and gentler humility. But you were built for this. You will soon notice divine acceleration. What used to take months will now happen in moments. Connections, ideas, and opportunities will align at supernatural speed. It will feel sudden, but it's not sudden to heaven, it's scheduled. You are stepping into a pre-appointed time, and every delay you endured was recalibration for this exact moment. Yet, in the midst of speed, stay still inside. Let peace remain your posture. Growth is not measured by noise, but by stability. You do not need to announce everything God is doing. Fruit will testify for you. The quieter you stay before men, the louder heaven will speak through you. Chosen one. This stage will also reveal the depth of your trust. God may give you instructions that don't match logic. He might say, "Give it away." When it just started to prosper, He might whisper, "Wait." When doors swing wide. But remember, obedience sustains what faith begins. Heaven knows which timing protects your blessing from becoming burden. Completion is not just about ending, It's about handing over. You are not the owner of your purpose. You are the steward. The moment you release control and give the finished work back to God, He breathes on it again. Just as Jesus declared, "It is finished," and heaven answered with resurrection. So your surrender will awaken new life in what you've built. The Spirit whispers, "Don't stop at the sight of success. Press until it becomes legacy. Because what you are birthing is not meant to die with you, it is meant to outlive you." The words, the work, the influence, the impact it will echo in generations to come. Chosen one. You have come too far to turn back now. The final stretch may feel heavy, but it's holy. Every great work carries a moment of exhaustion before completion. Push once more. Pray once more. Believe once more. Heaven's hands are on yours. And now, to seal this moment of endurance, let your spirit agree with heaven through a simple act of declaration. Comment the number 555 below. 5 is the number of grace, and when it is tripled, it represents divine completion through divine assistance. By writing 555, you are not performing a ritual, you are acknowledging a reality. You are declaring, "Grace will carry me where strength cannot." You are aligning your will with the flow of heaven's finishing power. This is not coincidence. Chosen one. You were meant to read this word at this exact hour, because you are standing at the brink of breakthrough. The next sound you will hear in your spirit is not the cry of struggle, but the sigh of satisfaction, the moment when heaven whispers, "It is done." You will finish what you started. You will see what you prayed for. You will hold what you once only hoped for. And when it happens, you will not boast, you will bow. Because the same grace that began this story will write its ending beautifully. Chosen one. As heaven brings you into completion, the Spirit is now calling you to continuation. Because what God finishes in one season, He expands in the next. The promise fulfilled becomes the platform for new purpose. You are stepping into a realm of divine influence, not for fame, but for function. This is where the light God placed in you begins to multiply through others. You've walked through refinement and revelation, and now comes the reward. Impact. Your voice. Your story. Your obedience. These are seeds heaven intends to scatter across the earth. Every word you speak, every truth you share, every act of kindness is an extension of the kingdom. You are no longer just surviving light, you are spreading it. Think of yourself as a lighthouse built on the edge of a stormy sea. Ships, souls are wandering through the fog, desperate for direction. They don't need your perfection, they need your glow. And that glow shines brighter every time you share what heaven has done in you. Every like, every share, every subscription is not vanity, it's visibility. You're helping the light travel farther, helping someone find their way home. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 11, "You will be enriched in every way so that you can be generous on every occasion. And through us, your generosity will result in thanksgiving to God." Chosen one. That verse is a mirror of your mission. God enriches you not just with resources, but with revelation, so that you can pour back out. The more you release, the more heaven refills. That's why your engagement here, your listening, your sharing, your giving is not a transaction, it's transformation. You are fueling a movement of mercy disguised as media. When you share a message like this, you're not amplifying a voice, you're multiplying a vision. Somewhere, someone is scrolling through despair, and your one small act might become their rescue. When you subscribe, you're anchoring yourself to a rhythm of renewal, a steady flow of words that strengthen your faith in the storms ahead. And when you donate or sow into this flow of light, you are not giving to a person, you are giving through one. Picture a river that carries life through barren lands. Every contribution, no matter how small, becomes another drop that keeps the current flowing. Some rivers dry up because the sources stop giving. But this river, the stream of truth, comfort, and calling that reaches thousands keeps flowing because chosen ones like you pour back into it. Your giving is not lost in the system, it becomes spiritual oxygen. Every seed you sow here sustains someone's hope somewhere. You may never meet them, but heaven will show you someday. The message you helped sustain became a lifeline for a heart on the edge. Chosen one, do you know what makes giving holy? Not the size of it, but the sincerity. When you give freely, you are telling heaven, I trust the source more than the supply. It's an act of rebellion against scarcity. Every offering, whether in prayer, encouragement, or provision, declares that love still rules the earth. Think of your support as oil for the lamp. Without oil, even the most beautiful lamp cannot shine. But when the oil flows, light spreads into places you will never physically reach. The oil of generosity keeps this light burning through every season, and just like in the temple, that oil never runs out when it's poured with purity. Chosen one, the Spirit is inviting you into partnership. This message, this movement, this rhythm of heaven through words, it's not built by one person, it's built by a family of believers who refuse to let truth go silent. When you engage, you're adding your flame to the fire. When you give, you're adding your stone to the altar. When you share, you're sending out a flare into the night. Never underestimate what small obedience can do. A single spark can ignite revival. A single seed can grow into shelter. A single gesture of faith can shift eternity for someone else. You might think, it's just a click, just a share, just a small gift. But heaven calls it partnership. Now, because behind every miracle is a chain of hidden acts of obedience, someone who shared the message, someone who prayed, someone who gave. Together, they create the unseen scaffolding that holds up every breakthrough. So, when you like this word, let it be worship. When you share it, let it be service. When you subscribe, let it be surrender. When you donate, let it be devotion. Every act is sacred when done with sincerity. Heaven multiplies what's offered with a pure heart. Chosen one. This is not about supporting a voice, it's about sustaining a vision. It's about ensuring that the same light that reached you continues to reach others who are still searching in silence. You are helping build a global altar, where every word spoken carries the fragrance of faith, hope, and love. And one day, in eternity's replay, you will see the ripple effect. You will see faces of those whose lives were changed because you decided to participate. You'll see how your seed became someone's salvation, how your share became someone's sign, how your engagement became someone's encouragement. You'll understand then what you can only sense now. Every act of faith leaves a mark that never fades. So, chosen one, if this light has ever comforted you, carry it forward. Help it travel farther than the walls of this moment. Keep the oil flowing. Keep the fire burning. Keep the message alive. Chosen one. There is a holy hush that follows the work of those who have obeyed. You can feel it in your spirit right now, a deep, still pulse beneath your ribs. The battles behind you have carved something unshakable within you. You are no longer who you were when this journey began. Heaven has refined you. Heaven has matured you. And heaven is now positioning you to speak from authority, not from anxiety. In this stillness, the Spirit begins to whisper something new: identity. For so long you have carried labels that were never meant for you, words spoken by fear, by disappointment, by people who could not see what God saw. But now, all those labels are falling off. Heaven calls you not by what you've done, but by what you've become, a vessel of victory. Chosen one. Your identity is not a reaction to your past. It's a reflection of your purpose. You are not a survivor, you are a sign. You are proof that brokenness can become beauty when God breathes upon it. The world sees scars, but heaven sees seals of strength. The very wounds that once brought shame now carry wisdom. That is the mystery of redemption. It turns ruins into revelation. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 139, verse 14. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well. That verse is not self-praise, it is self-recognition. It is an awakening to divine design. You were not made by accident. Every detail, the tone of your voice, the pattern of your thoughts, the tenderness of your heart was sculpted intentionally. Even the parts you once rejected are being redeemed. God wastes nothing, not even your personality. Chosen one. The next chapter of your calling begins with acceptance. Before you conquer nations, you must conquer your own self-doubt. Before you carry revelation to others, you must receive it for yourself. You are enough, because He is enough in you. When you truly believe that, everything changes. Fear loses its grip. Insecurity loses its echo. You stop comparing your journey to others and start celebrating your own rhythm. You stop questioning your worth and start walking in quiet confidence. Confidence is not pride. It is peace that has found identity. In this new level, God is not trying to change who you are. He is awakening what you are. He is revealing the hidden facets of your design, those spiritual gifts, those creative instincts, that empathy, that resilience. These are not random traits. They are divine equipment. You were given exactly what you need to fulfill, exactly what you were created for. Chosen one. Do not shrink to fit the comfort of others. Your light will irritate those who prefer the shadows. But remember, you are not responsible for how others handle your radiance. You are only responsible for shining faithfully. Stop apologizing for being anointed. Stop dulling your flame for the convenience of people who were never meant to understand your fire. There will always be voices trying to remind you of your past. But those voices have no authority unless you answer them. You are not your mistakes. You are your metamorphosis. Every failure was fertilizer for your growth. Every setback shaped the soil for your success. What once embarrassed you will soon empower others. You will stand in places of pain and speak healing with authenticity because you have lived it. Chosen one. Identity is not discovered once it is reaffirmed daily. Each morning when you rise, you must choose to believe what heaven already knows about you. The enemy will try to sow seeds of doubt. You're not ready. You're not qualified. You're too flawed. But your qualification has never come from perfection. It has come from presence. God chose you not because you were capable, but because you were available. Your life is living evidence that grace doesn't choose the polished. It chooses the willing. Heaven delights in using those who thought they were disqualified. The crown you carry is not given for performance. It's bestowed through perseverance. You are crowned because you endured. Chosen one. Your identity also carries assignment. You were designed not just to exist, but to express. Everything God placed within you, your gifts, your words, your creativity is meant to mirror His glory. Every time you create something beautiful, every time you speak truth, every time you lift someone's spirit, you are fulfilling your original design. Do not bury your brilliance out of fear of rejection. The world needs your light in your exact tone and shape. No one else can shine it for you. What you bring is irreplaceable because it is encoded with heaven's fingerprint. Soon, people will look at your piece and ask, "What changed?" And you will tell them, "Nothing outside, everything inside." That's the mark of transformation. The circumstances may remain the same, but the you who walks through them is entirely new. You no longer operate from trying to prove worth. You move from already being worthy. You no longer seek to be seen. You live knowing you are already known. Heaven's eyes have never left you, not when you fell, not when you hid, not when you doubted. He saw you the entire time, shaping every step into strength. Chosen one. Identity is not a destination, it's a declaration. And heaven invites you to speak it now, not as an affirmation, but as agreement. Let your spirit say it aloud. Let your fingers write it below. Comment these 3 words. I am enough. Then, 3 simple words. Yet they hold the weight of generations. When you write them, you're not announcing pride, you're acknowledging partnership. You are declaring that the Creator did not make a mistake. You are breaking the curse of comparison and replacing it with conviction. As you write it, imagine heaven smiling, whispering, "Finally, they see what I've always seen." Chosen one. Stand tall in this truth. You are not behind. You are becoming. You are not lost. You are learning. You are not forgotten. You are favored. You are, and have always been, enough. Chosen one. After identity comes inheritance. Once you finally accept who you are in God, heaven begins to release what has always belonged to you. Inheritance is not earned, it is received. It is not wages for work, it is the manifestation of belonging. Every promise that hovered above your life is now beginning to descend because your heart has finally become stable enough to hold it. You must understand, inheritance is not just material, it is spiritual authority, generational restoration, emotional healing, and divine peace. It is everything the enemy tried to convince you you'd never possess. For years, you felt like an outsider to the blessings of others. You watched people walk in what you prayed for, wondering, when will it be my turn? Chosen one. Your turn has come. Heaven was never denying you. It was maturing you. Inheritance is not random. It recognizes readiness. Heaven cannot pour new wine into old wineskins. That's why the pruning was so painful. It was making space for abundance. The losses you endured were not subtraction. They were sacred exchanges. You lost what was temporary so you could gain what was eternal. As written in the letter to the Galatians, chapter 4, verse 7. So you are no longer a slave, but God's child. And since you are his child, God has made you also an heir. No, that single verse carries a kingdom's worth of truth. You are not an outsider peeking into grace. You are a rightful heir walking within it. Everything that belongs to the Father belongs to his children: wisdom, protection, provision, purpose. The inheritance of the chosen is not locked away in heaven. It is activated on earth through revelation. Chosen one. Your inheritance includes peace that makes no sense, favor that finds you, and opportunities that align perfectly without manipulation. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. Heaven releases what your maturity can now manage. This is why gratitude is vital in this phase. Inheritance flows through thanksgiving. The more you recognize what you've been given, the more heaven entrusts you with. Gratitude is not just good manners, it is spiritual magnetism. A grateful heart keeps rivers open. Inheritance also carries responsibility. What God gives you is not just for you, it's for those connected to your life. You will notice that your blessings begin to overflow naturally into others. Where once you prayed for survival, now your life itself becomes a supply. You'll find yourself encouraging others with words you once needed to hear. You'll bless people with peace that once seemed unreachable. That's what heirs do. They distribute what they've received. But inheritance also attracts envy. Some will not celebrate your rise. They will misunderstand your harvest because they never saw your hidden sowing. Do not defend yourself. Fruit will speak louder than explanations. The same God who vindicated Joseph after years of rejection will do the same for you. Stay silent. Stay kind. Stay radiant. Chosen one. The inheritance of heaven also redeems time. What you thought was lost forever is being restored. Missed years, delayed dreams, fractured relationships, heaven is weaving them together in ways you cannot yet imagine. God never wastes pain. He converts it into wisdom. Every disappointment is being rewritten into destiny. You will begin to sense new strength and ease in doing what once drained you. The things that used to frighten you will now fuel you. That's inheritance too. Courage replacing fear. Confidence replacing hesitation. Heaven gives strength, not as a reward, but as an inheritance of trust. Remember, inheritance is not fragile. It cannot be stolen by circumstance, only surrendered through unbelief. What God gives, no man can revoke. What heaven writes, no hand can erase it. You do not have to fight for what is already yours. You only have to receive it. This season is about receiving. You fought long enough. Now you must learn the rhythm of rest and reception. God's promises are not behind you. They are before you, unfolding like dawn over the horizon. Every day from here forward, something new will bloom. It may be small, but it will be significant. Chosen one. Inheritance also means influence. Heaven trusts you to represent its heart on earth. You are not here to boast of blessings, but to model balance, to show that divine favor and deep humility can coexist. You will carry wealth without worshipping it, authority without arrogance, success without separation from your source. Your life will become a testimony that inheritance is not about things, it's about transformation. The true reward of the chosen is not what they hold, but who they become. Even as you read this, heaven is releasing quiet confirmations, memories surfacing, scriptures coming alive, opportunities preparing to unfold. Do not rush them. Receive them slowly, with reverence. The gift is not fragile, but it is holy. Chosen one. Step forward now, not as one begging for blessing, but as one born into it. Lift your chin, square your shoulders, and walk with the quiet authority of one who knows they are an heir. You no longer ask, "Will God come through for me?" You declare, "He already has." Then, this is inheritance, the calm assurance that your portion is secure, your promise is alive, and your purpose is protected. You don't fight for it, you live from it. And soon, as the world watches, they will see what heaven already knows. You have stepped fully into your inheritance. Chosen one. As you step into inheritance and identity, heaven begins to shift your posture from receiving to reigning. You are no longer walking as a wanderer, searching for direction. You are walking as a son, as a daughter, as one who carries authority by design. The next phase of your journey is not about discovering power, but about demonstrating it. You have learned obedience, endured refinement, and embraced wisdom. Now heaven trusts you to represent its nature on earth. Authority is not loud. It does not shout to be heard or force to be followed. True authority is calm confidence that flows from intimacy. When you know the King, you stop fearing kingdoms. When you live from relationship, not religion, you stop begging for what has already been given. This is the revelation you are now living in. Authority rooted in awareness. Chosen one. Heaven's authority operates through alignment. You cannot command what you don't submit to. The secret of spiritual power is not in strength, but in surrender. Jesus himself, who carried the greatest authority on earth, walked in perfect humility. His miracles flowed not because he demanded heaven to move, but because he stayed in perfect unity with the Father's will. You are being called into that same synchronization. The ancient words recorded in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, still echo today. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. And authority also manifests through words. Your declarations now carry weight. Heaven has trained your tongue in previous seasons of silence, so that now, when you speak, your words move realms. Be mindful. Authority is measured not by how often you speak, but by how aligned your speech is with heaven. When you decree peace, storms calm. When you declare healing, hearts mend. Your language is no longer casual, it is creative. Chosen one. This phase will reveal the importance of restraint. With authority comes responsibility. You must not use your spiritual awareness to control others or prove superiority. The power of the chosen is never to dominate, it is to deliver. The more authority you carry, the gentler you become, because love is the true signature of heaven's power. Authority without compassion becomes tyranny, but compassion rooted in authority becomes transformation. That is the balance God is building in you, strength wrapped in tenderness. You can be firm and still kind, bold and still humble. Heaven's leaders do not crush, they cultivate. Chosen one. Spiritual authority also demands consistency. You cannot carry power on Sunday and compromise on Monday. The enemy does not fear emotion, he fears endurance. The authority of heaven is maintained by daily surrender, not occasional inspiration. Every morning, you rise and choose obedience. You re-establish dominion in your sphere. Authority is not something you wear once, it's something you walk in daily. You are also being entrusted with intercessory authority. When you pray, heaven listens differently now. You have proven trustworthy in small things, so your prayers now carry greater impact. You'll begin to sense that when you intercede for someone, peace enters their life. When you declare breakthrough, chains actually break. This is not coincidence. This is kingdom. But remember, chosen one authority will attract opposition. The higher you rise, the more visible you become to both light and darkness. Yet you need not fear. The same God who called you equips you. You will never face warfare without being armed with grace. Every attack will become a platform for demonstration, a lesson in dominion. There is also another form of authority, silent authority, the kind that doesn't need explanation. When you walk into rooms, the atmosphere shifts, not because you speak, but because your spirit carries the fragrance of heaven. People will notice peace they can't define and respect they can't explain. That's the presence of God resting upon you. Chosen one. Heaven is raising you as a standard bearer. You will model what divine balance looks like: wisdom with warmth, strength with softness, holiness with humanity. You will show that authority is not an attitude but an atmosphere. You don't have to force your calling. It naturally functions wherever you stand. In this new dimension, you must guard humility like treasure. Pride is the only thief that can steal authority. Remember, authority flows downward, not upward. The moment you exalt self, you disconnect from source. Stay low before God, and He will keep lifting you before men. Authority also requires continual intimacy. The more time you spend in His presence, the stronger your clarity becomes. Authority cannot survive on memory. It must be fueled by relationship. Every fresh encounter with His presence renews your strength, realigns your perspective, and reaffirms your assignment. Soon, the Lord will begin to use your life as evidence of His sovereignty. You will walk into chaotic spaces and bring order without words. You will speak to storms, emotional, spiritual, even relational, and they will obey. People will come to you for guidance, not because you seek followers, but because they recognize divine steadiness in you. And as you operate in this calm authority, you will begin to see miracles unfold effortlessly, not because you begged, but because you believed. When you rest in who He is, heaven responds to who you are in Him. Chosen one. This is not the end, it's elevation. You are stepping into your royal rhythm, walking with the same confidence that once only lived in your prayers. Every challenge that shaped you was necessary to teach you how to stand now. You are no longer fighting for freedom. You are fighting from freedom. You are not waiting for power. You are walking in it. The crown upon your spirit is not ornamental. It's operational. Carry it with humility. Move with grace. Speak with wisdom. For the world is about to witness what divine authority looks like when heaven and humanity move as one. Chosen one. Authority leads naturally to assignment. You were never crowned merely to stand still. You were crowned to serve. The authority you now carry is not for status. It is for stewardship. You are being sent into places that once rejected you. But this time, you return not in pain, but in purpose. Heaven is about to use your presence as a bridge between confusion and clarity, between fear and faith, between earth and eternity. Assignment is where calling becomes contribution. It's the visible expression of an invisible covenant. You are not just called to pray, you are called to build, to speak, to heal, to reconcile. The anointing on your life is not random, it's targeted. Every gift within you was shaped to solve a specific problem in the world. God is now revealing where that problem is and who He is sending you to. Chosen one. Do not look for your assignment in grand stages or loud announcements. Your mission might begin in quiet corners, in conversations that seem small but carry eternal weight. Sometimes your assignment is a person, not a platform. Sometimes it's one heart you lift, one hand you hold, one word you release. Heaven values impact by obedience, not by audience. As the Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 10, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." You were designed for divine doing. Every talent, every trial, every tear has been shaping you for this moment of usefulness. Nothing in your story is wasted, not even the pain. The rejection that once wounded you will now give you compassion for those still bleeding. The battles that once drained you will give you authority to lead others out of theirs. Your scars will become strategies. Chosen one. Heaven will never call you without equipping you. The same Spirit that empowers will also instruct. You don't need to know every detail of what's next. You just need to move when prompted. Divine assignments rarely make full sense at the start. Abraham was told to go, not go, and here's the full map. The map unfolds in motion. The miracle manifests in movement. When heaven sends you, you will notice divine ease. Function. Provision flows where purpose leads. You won't need to chase opportunities. They will locate you because grace goes before you. Doors will open, not because of your effort, but because of your obedience. Still, every assignment carries tension. The weight of responsibility will test your humility. The visibility will test your motives. You will have to remember that you are a vessel, not the source. Your success is measured not by applause, but by accuracy. Did you say what God told you to say? Did you do what He instructed you to do? If yes, then you have already succeeded, regardless of results. Chosen one. Assignment évolve. Do not hold too tightly to what God once told you if He is now saying something new. The same Spirit that started one chapter can close it to begin another. Flexibility is faith in motion. Obedience is more important than attachment. When God shifts your focus, it's not rejection, it's redirection. You will also face moments when your assignment feels heavy, when progress seems slow. Remember then, the call was never meant to be carried alone. The same God who called you walks with you. When you grow weary, His strength will sustain you. When you feel unseen, His eyes remain fixed on you. When you want to quit, His grace will whisper, "Keep going." End. Chosen one. You are entering a time when everything you've learned will converge. The prayer life you built in secret will now fuel public purpose. The wisdom forged in isolation will now guide others through their confusion. You are being released as a carrier of clarity. Your words will rebuild where others have been torn down. Your peace will become medicine. Do not despise the small beginnings. Every major movement begins with one obedient step. Heaven is not asking for perfection, only participation. God doesn't need you to be impressive. He needs you to be available. This assignment will stretch you, but it will also satisfy you. You will feel a quiet joy that the world cannot explain, the joy of alignment, the peace of purpose. You will finally understand why every past detour and delay was necessary. Everything was preparation for this. Chosen one. The time for hiding has passed. The oil on your life is not meant to remain in storage. You have been poured into for years. Now it's time to be poured out. You are a letter written by God, and the world is about to read it. Go where He sends you. Speak what He gives you. Love who He places before you. That is your worship now, not just songs or prayers, but daily obedience lived out loud. This is the fulfillment of destiny, not recognition, but realization. You have become what heaven envisioned. You are not only chosen, you are commissioned. Chosen one. This is the final turning of the page, the moment when everything comes full circle. You began this journey uncertain, carrying questions that weighed heavier than answers. You wondered if you were truly chosen, if the storms meant punishment, if the silence meant absence. Yet here you stand refined, wiser, softer, stronger. What once broke you has now built you. What once confused you has now crowned you. Heaven always finishes what it starts. The potter never abandons the clay halfway through shaping. Every pressure, every pause, every stretch had purpose. You are no longer in the forming, you are in the fulfilling. The fire did not destroy you, it revealed the gold hidden beneath. You have become the living proof that divine purpose cannot be delayed forever. The final lesson the Spirit whispers to you now is this: rest in completion. You do not have to strive to prove what God has already approved. You no longer chase destiny, you carry it. You no longer plead for purpose, you walk in it. The journey has transformed from pursuit to presence, from asking to abiding. The prophet wrote in the book of Isaiah, chapter 55, verse 11, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." Chosen one. You are that word. You are the living expression of a divine sentence spoken before time began. Your life was released from the mouth of God. And now, after trials, testing, and transformation, it has accomplished what it was sent to do. Nothing was wasted. Every tear was a tool. Every delay was design. The word made you, carried you, and is now completing you. Completion doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet, the peace that finally settles after years of storms, the calm acceptance that says, "It all makes sense now." You realize that God was never far, that every season, even the painful ones, were chapters in the same story of grace. Completion feels like stillness, like standing on the other side of the Red Sea, looking back and realizing the waves that once threatened you have now buried your enemies. Chosen one. The divine cycle has turned. You are no longer being hidden, you are being held. Heaven is not testing you anymore, it is trusting you. The Father looks upon you and sees His reflection, the wilderness stripped away the noise, The waiting taught you faith. The fire refined your motives. And now what remains is pure purpose, untainted by pride. Calling purified by compassion. You have become what heaven always intended, a vessel of light that no longer fears darkness. You understand now that battles were never meant to break you, they were invitations to believe. You no longer pray out of desperation, but out of dominion. You no longer chase miracles, you carry the atmosphere where they happen. You are not searching for open doors, you are an open gate through which heaven flows to earth. Chosen one. You have learned to value presence more than progress. You now know that proximity to God is the greatest promotion. The measure of your success is not applause, but alignment. You have learned to move slower, but deeper. To speak less, but with greater weight. You have discovered that peace is more powerful than proof. The Spirit wants you to know, this is not the end of calling, it's the beginning of legacy. What was birthed in you will now birth through you. The wisdom you've gained is not meant to sit silent. It will flow through conversations, creations, and acts of compassion. You will touch lives without even trying. Because your presence now carries residue of glory. You are entering a season of overflow, not the chaotic overflow of excess, but the steady flow of grace that never runs dry. You will walk through doors you didn't knock on. You will see restoration in relationships you thought were lost. You will find joy in simplicity again. The heavy armor of survival is being replaced with the soft robe of peace. Chosen one. Rest is not retirement, it's readiness. Heaven is not closing your story. It is commissioning your next chapter. You have graduated from warfare into wisdom. The crown you carry is not visible. Yet everything around you recognizes it. Creation itself responds differently to those who have walked through fire and remained faithful. Your eyes will change. You will begin to see through love, not suspicion. Your heart will change. You will bless what once broke you. Even your prayers will shift. They will sound less like begging and more like breathing. Every word will flow from assurance, not anxiety. You will pray as one who knows they are heard, because you finally believe they always were. This final stretch of your divine journey is not about proving you are chosen, it's about enjoying it. You've spent so long fighting to get here, now you are invited to live here. To wake each morning and know, I am exactly where I need to be. To look at your scars and see beauty, not bitterness. To walk with steady confidence that whatever happens next, you are guided, guarded, and grounded. The Spirit whispers, well done, faithful one. You didn't give up when you could have. You didn't let fear rewrite what faith had written. You stayed. You trusted. And now you stand. Lender, chosen one. Lift your head. This is your arrival moment, not the end of destiny, but the beginning of dominion. Heaven rejoices, not because you finished perfectly, but because you finished faithfully. You have become the message now. You are the sermon, the sign, the living scripture of endurance and grace. Your very existence testifies, God keeps his word. Walk forward in peace, crowned in purpose, radiant with rest. The battle is over. The work is complete. The promise stands fulfilled. And the voice that started this journey still whispers gently within you, be still. My chosen one. You've made it. End. Chosen one. Before this sacred journey closes, pause and breathe. You have traveled through fire, silence, revelation, obedience, wisdom, and victory. Every word you've heard was written for your becoming. Heaven watched as you read, as your heart opened, as your spirit stirred. You did not stumble here, you were sent. Now, as you stand at the end, remember, this is not goodbye, it's continuation. What has awakened within you must now awaken others. The light you carry was never meant to remain contained. You are a messenger of hope, a vessel of strength, a living echo of heaven's faithfulness. If these words have stirred your soul, if even one sentence felt like it was written for you, then let it flow forward. Like this message, not for algorithm, but as an act of agreement, share it with someone who might be standing where you once stood in darkness, in doubt, in waiting. Your simple act of sharing could become someone else's turning point. Comment below what this journey has meant to you. Right from your heart, your words might be the confirmation another soul is praying for right now. There is power in testimony, and yours has just begun. Let this be your declaration. I am chosen. I am ready. I am light. And if this space has spoken to you, subscribe. Stay connected to the flow of divine messages that continue to pour through. Together, we build a living altar of encouragement, a global sanctuary of chosen ones walking in unity, purpose, and grace. Thank you for walking this path with reverence. May your days be steady, your nights peaceful, and your spirit always tuned to heaven's whisper. The journey ends here, but the calling continues.